Okay, we're live. I'll call the annual budget meeting to order. We will start with the roll call, please.
Welcome to the October 23rd, 2025 special council meeting regarding 2026 budget review. We'll begin with roll call of council. Mayor Clark.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Snutch.
Present.
Councillor Fisher.
Present.
Councillor Tuyu.
Present.
Councillor Goff.
Present.
Councillor Bell.
Present.
Thank you. We have quorum.
This meeting is being streamed live on the Township of Ramara YouTube channel. Be advised that by attending a public meeting of the Council of the Township of Ramara, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and will form a part of the public record. The chair, CAO, and/or clerk have the discretion and authority to terminate or interrupt the live streaming in exceptional circumstances where the content of debate is considered inappropriate to be published. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll look for an adoption of the agenda. Rebecca?
That the special council meeting regarding 2026 budget review agenda dated October 23rd, 2025 be adopted as presented.
Moved by Councillor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor. Questions on the agenda? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Purpose of the meeting is for council to review and discuss the mayor's proposed 2026 budget, including potentially proposing amendments to the 2026 budget as outlined in the Municipal Act 2001, Part 6.1, Special Powers and Duties of the Head of Council. Disclosure of pecuniary interest, any member of council. I may have one if the COLA gets pulled for separate discussion, because I have a family member that's an employee here, Jen Fisher. I think you have the same one. It's not a conflict on the budget, but it is if that one item gets pulled for discussion. Open public forum. And yes, I believe I have a Michael O'Brien that was going to come up and speak for a minute. Come on up, Michael.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I've read over the budget, the 109 page slide deck. And I guess the one thing that stuck out in my head was that the wastewater issue, in particular, the budget is not presented completely separately. And by seeing it buried in with some of the other items, for example, the capital costs shows 40%, but that's not really paid for, the majority of it, by tax revenue. So I think it would be a little easier to understand for myself if that item was pulled out into maybe a separate section of slides. It'd just make it easier to compare what's going on, because otherwise the rest of the budget of the council is just dwarfed by that amount, I guess the $10 million. The other question was on slides 15 and 16. When we have I'll explain it. The comparison municipalities, I just wonder when you get to that, if you can speak to why we selected those. I think it's North Simcoe, but there are some others like Hanover and Trent Hills, and I just wonder why them. Are they similar geography? Okay, and then the other question was, when you get to slide 70 and 76, this is that a portion of the Ontario Community Infrastructure Funds is allocated to water and wastewater, and I didn't think that was allowed. And that will come up as well. That's all I wanted to address. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, members of council. Certainly, we've got a full day ahead of us to go through the 2026 budget process, and this particular year is a different year as the legislation has changed, and this is considered Mayor Clark's budget. I will confirm, though, that staff certainly have been very much part of the process and did present to Mayor Clark earlier this fall. And so this particular budget certainly has been reviewed by staff and presented to Mayor Clark. We will be going through at a very high level. Ms. Higgins will ultimately present the overall budget to council, and then we'll get into each of the different departments, at which point we will ask at the end of the discussion under each department whether there are any proposed amendments And if I can, through you, your worship, it's a sort of interactive day insofar that clerk staff will do their very best to put things on the screen so that if there are any motions and so on. If there are any motions on the fly, we will need the time to actually prepare those motions. So we may need a series of recesses throughout the day as we do the work that we need to do in order to prepare. And so certainly this is council's opportunity to ask any questions that you may have of Mayor Clark's budget. And certainly we'll welcome open discussion. So with that, Mr. Mayor, if we can hand it over to Ms. Higgins to start the process of introducing the 2026 budget.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Manal.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the first Strong Mayor budget. As CEO Jackson mentioned, we did follow a similar process to get to today's version of the budget, the mayor's budget. Staff was very much involved in reviewing what the township's need is for next year, and the mayor did make some suggestion, and the staff did review what was originally presented. So today we're presenting the 2026 mayor's budget. So I'll start at the background slide. Thank you. This year, our revenues coming from taxation is a little bit lower than last year. So we're at 40% revenue coming from taxation, where last year we were at 46%. And at the time of the budget, the tax rate for the Simcoe County as well as the school boards are not known. So we made assumption to be able to prepare this budget. Next slide, please.
Would you want questions as we go through? I think maybe let you finish your page, and then before you leave the page, we'll ask questions. If that's okay, Manal, we'll do that. So we'll finish the page.
With this budget right now, for every 100,000 in assessment, it means a $37.41 increase. We are right now as a 5.97 increase on the municipal tax rate. Out of this 5.97 increase, 4.25 is going into reserve, and 1.72 is to meet the needs of the both operation and capital budget. As mentioned, we don't know what the school board tax rate will be, but based on previous year, it's been a little while since we've seen any increase. So we made the assumption that there won't be an increase this year. And the county, we estimated, and I'm saying estimated because it's not confirmed yet, we estimated an increase of 3.5%. And which when we put everything together, the blended tax rate increase is 4.4. Just a reminder that in 2026, we still don't have reassessment, which means all the assessments of the properties are based on 2060 market value. So this is very difficult for municipalities because usually when we are on a regular assessment cycle, we do have an increase in assessment as a base, and then we apply the tax rate on it. So municipalities don't need to increase the tax rate as much because they do have a higher assessment. So without having that reassessment cycle, municipalities don't have any other option than to increase the tax rate. But at the end of the day, on the taxpayer side, it's very similar because they would have a tax increase even if the municipality didn't increase that tax rate. Whereas now that assessment is not going up unless there's addition to a property. Municipalities do need to increase tax rate a little bit more to be able to meet the needs of the next year's budget. Next slide, please.
Do you want to go ahead, Dave? You had some questions on it previous.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just directing you to the second paragraph of that last slide, you've got represents 46% of revenue. Is there a breakdown in here? I didn't see it of what the other 54% in revenue is. I know it's stated there, users fees, service charges, grants, and reserve, but what is the other 54% of revenue? Or is that basically the service charges? That includes all the water and wastewater, et cetera. What's the 40? Where's the 54% coming from?
That's all of it. So user fees, charges like water and wastewater is included under user fees. Grants, all the other revenues that are showing on the summary slide right before we go into each individual department's budget. So there's a section, there's no graph that says user fees is this percentage, but that's what
But
it is.
users fees are the water and wastewater.
Not only water and wastewater. We have user fees. Yes. And
Yeah, I would just like to
Exactly.
see an overall breakdown somehow of what that is, but you're saying it's in each individual department?
yes, but it's also, there's also a slide that has a summary of all the user fees. And user fees do include water and wastewater, but there's more than that.
Thank you.
I just had a question about this. I have some concerns about MPAC not doing these assessments. I think we all do. I don't think it's as easy to say they still get that increase. My concern is that we're going to continue increasing for the next 3, 4, 5, who knows how long before they reassess. And what happens when they reassess is we've been doing these incremental increases. So by the time it gets there, they're going to get hit with a massive increase when they go from a $300,000 house value to $750,000. And now we've increased it by 15 or 16% over 3 or 4 years. So I think that's my concern. And how do we mitigate that? I mean, if this happens, there's a reassessment, we almost have to look at that point, looking at reducing our tax rates for
Yes,
everybody, right?
absolutely. So when we do budget, we know how much money we need to collect for taxation. So then we use the assessment and we apply a tax rate to get to that amount. So if the assessment is bigger, then chances are the percentage that we apply to it might be lower.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear for people, because I know some residents have had a concern about that. One
Yes.
resident, he's had tax increases. He's a waterfront. It is beautiful property, but less than 10 years ago, he was $11,000. Today he's paying $16,000. That's without this year's increase. Like, that's a significant
Yes.
increase. If all of a sudden he's reappraised at $500,000 more in value, that's huge. It's over $20,000 tax bills.
MPAC did a really nice video. It's very short and it summarizes how taxation works. And we do have the link on our website as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can direct people to that. Thank you.
All right, carry on, Mano.
Okay. Reserve. So this year, the mayor's recommendation was to invest into reserve. And these are the reason why we need to invest in reserve. So it does prevent the need to increase the tax rate more significantly if there's an emergency or something that happens that was not expected. It also creates stability because we can pull from reserve if needed. And also it by putting money in reserve to finance bigger projects, it's just a better way of planning so that the 1 year we need to make a major expense, then some of it can be already funded by money we put aside in reserve. The next slide, please. So this year we need, with the current budget, we need to raise 17,592,700 compared to 16,400,000 to round it up. And part of it is to invest just shy of 900,000 into reserve. Our operating expenses, and I'm talking operating for the entire township, not only taxation funded budget. Our operating expenses is going up 2 million. And our capital investment is going up 5.4 million. And again, it does include the capital investment for budget that are not funded through taxation, such as water, wastewater, building, and Lagoon City Parks and Waterways.
I guess on that, we did have a question earlier, why the capitals are, and like, I know when we do our audit report, that's the way it is. If they're consolidated statements, we have no choice, all capital goes in. For
Yes.
budget purposes, could it be separated out, or does that confuse everything when you go to the auditors?
It could absolutely be separated. Matter of fact, was it 2025 or 2024? Anyways, a budget not too long ago, we did separate it for the first meeting and then we combined everything together.
At the end?
Yes, but if it's council's wish, I could absolutely separate it or just add different slide that talks to budgets that are funded through taxation versus other budgets.
Well, something I'll keep in mind for next year.
Mhm.
Thank you.
So on this slide again, we're talking about the impact on the taxpayer side. We're talking about the municipal tax increase only. And so we did scenarios for assessments. So the assessments are on the bottom line. So in Ramara, the average assessment is $277,000. And just again, a reminder, we're still under 2016 market value. So for an average property in Ramara, the estimated increase, it's not shown on the graphs because we rounded up, but the estimated increase for the average property would be about $141 for the year. This slide here is an estimate, again, because this is a combined tax rate, and we don't know what the tax rate is going to be for the county and the school boards. But we did an estimate just to give an overview of what taxpayer could see on their tax increase in total. Again, we're talking about residential properties. So we made the assumption of the county being 3.5 and education being no increase. And so for every $100,000 assessment, the increase is $48 for the year. Next slide, please. We did a little bit of benchmarking just to see where we fall for a taxation and water and wastewater fee. We kept the same municipalities and the comparator were chosen to see proximity, similarities in the way they are functioning, and in order to be able to see where they land with taxation and the water and wastewater, we kept the same comparators. So on the taxation side, we're just a little bit on the lower side, close to the middle ground, but we are definitely lower than a lot of municipalities. However, on the water and wastewater side, we are on the higher side. Next slide, please. Oh.
Deputy Mayor.
I just wanted to point out something too for people to notice and that aren't following along. Agila, Tesoranto, Tiny, Springwater, Severn, and Oro-Medonte are all below us, but they also had significant grants given to them this year for the water and wastewater. Okay. I just wanted to make the public is aware of that because that definitely offsets those pricing.
Absolutely. That's a good point. Thank you. Next slide, please. This slide is just to give an overview of our spending and the impact on the reserve and where the tax rate is in the middle of all of this. So we have different color of lines for each one of them. So the capital spending is the green line, and we see the reserve on the black line. So we see that when we spend more in capital, usually our reserve, and we use reserve to fund some of those capital projects, our capitals are going down. And in the middle of it, we see the blue line, which is the tax rate increase over the years. So it's just to give an overview of the relationship between the three of those. On the bottom line, it's an estimated balance of our reserve. So our estimated balance at the end of 2026 is 12.6 million. but there's more details on the next slide. So these are our main reserve. We do have line items underneath each one of them, but these are their summary of our reserve. So the 12.6 is in the middle of there in bold. However, we do have reserve that are being allocated as a loan to water and wastewater. So basically, for now, we don't have access to those reserves, but they should come back as the water and wastewater rates are increased. And we also have some amounts that are either dedicated or committed to specific items. So it's not reserved that council can use to fund a specific project if it doesn't fall under those guidelines. So we have 3.4 million out of it. So basically the estimated amount available that council could decide to use in this budget is just over 8 million. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of the expenses by categories for the entire budget. So again, it does include self-funded budgets such as water, wastewater, Lagoon City, parks and waterways, and building. So for this budget, staff is recommending a 3% COLA increase, so cost of living increase. We estimated an increase of OPP 6% from last year, which is $110,000. We don't know yet what the increase will be, but we chose this increase based on discussion we had with other towns and townships. We are investing just shy of $900,000 into reserve, and one of the major change since the 2025 budget is the increase in the use of debt. And this is mostly to finance a capital project under wastewater. Sorry, I'll just move my computer for a sec. And we do have an increase in capital overall of 5.4 million. And again, this includes the wastewater capital project that we'll discuss in later slides.
Deputy Mayor.
Through the chair. Mano, just a quick question. Have we heard anything from the OPP? From my understanding, talking to the province, they're talking about putting a cap on what smaller municipalities will have to pay for policing. Have we heard anything about that when we're looking at this estimate?
We just got a letter that basically says that they are looking into it and they are reviewing the billing module. But we didn't have any indication of what the increase could be. I'm expecting some news either the end of November or early December. That's usually when we hear from them.
Could you update us when that comes in? Just
Absolutely.
So we have, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Next slide, please. So now that we looked at the budget at a high level, but the entire budget, this is only the operating side. So the difference, like as a summary, the difference between operating and capital is operating, it's mostly our day-to-day, what we need to function every day, where capital is more of an investment in project that will last for a few years or the acquisition of assets. So on the operating side, there's the percentage by each department. Infrastructure is in most municipality one of the biggest departments because that's where most of our assets are. Most of our assets lands, but in the operating side, we still need to maintain those assets. So all the roads and the roads maintenance and the snow plowing and all of that falls under infrastructure. So we'll go more into details in each individual budget, but this is just a screenshot or the different costs associated with each department. For the purpose of this budget, we took out OPP. It's not an actual department, but we just wanted to show it as a different amount so that people know that OPP is 8% of the operating budget. Next slide, please. This is just an overview of the salaries and wages by department. The actuals are as of October 1st, so they're not, we did not estimate what the actuals would be by the end of this year. So it's just the current actuals as of October 1st. So we do have a column for what the 2025 budget was, which is the gray column, and then the yellow is the actuals, and the blue column is what we're planning for 2026.
So maybe what I'll do, because I see a question on the COLA here, so maybe it's in all the budgets, so I wonder
Yes.
if we should have that 3% discussion now. And then what I'll do is, because it could affect all the budgets as we go through.
Absolutely.
And so I will hand the chair over to Keith, and Jen and I will leave the room while council has Joe. As well? Okay, Councillor Goff saying he's had discussions with the Integrity Commissioner and on the salaries he should declare as well. So with that, Gail, what's your feeling? Do you want to do it now or later?
Through you, your worship, if I can, certainly the purpose of what Minot is doing right now is just sort of at a sort of 30,000 foot level introduction into the budget.
Yep.
You're welcome certainly to have that discussion now if you wish to do so. But I'm curious as to whether the better benefit is letting Minot sort of finish her overall overview of the budget and then getting into the more specific discussion points.
Why don't we
But
finish the
certainly a call.
overview? But you have a question on it, Dave, or a comment? If it's a question, we'll be okay, but the comments, we'll let Manol finish.
On slide 22, you got the actual as of October the 1st highlighted in green. Is that's only for 2025 though? I assume the other are for a full year?
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Oh, I thought you were going on the call.
No, I was just trying to get this
All right,
chart right.
finish off there, Manol.
Okay, so we'll be on that slide. Yes, perfect. So staff is recommending a 3% COLA adjustment. We did talk with other municipalities, and the last average that I calculated was 2.8, but since then I had more municipalities coming in, and the two additional municipalities are actually asking 3% as well. Of course, it hasn't been confirmed. They're all in the same situation we are, but this is, so our 3% COLA is pretty close to what other municipalities around us are doing. So we do have some additional staffing requests, and we can review all of those when we get to these individual budget, but this is just an overview. So under the council budget, we have two positions that weren't there in 2025. One is half a position for an admin support for mayor and council. And the other one is a contract position, so 12 months as an election coordinator. So that would be a one-time cost. It's not going to be a permanent position. Under administration, we have the other part of the admin support. So this would be an admin coordinator that will be under the general manager. We are asking for IT support position. IT has been a challenge for the entire township for a few years, so we're hoping this position could help us. We are asking for a financial analyst for the finance department and a summer student for the corporate services, so the entire administration. Under health and safety, it's new, but it's not a new expense. In 2025, we did approve hiring a consultant to help us get back on track with health and safety, which we did. But this consultant is under payroll. So in 2026, we're doing the same thing. It's not a new cost. We're just moving it out of contracted services and creating it under salaries and wages. Under fire, we are asking for a fire prevention training officer In 2025, half of this position was approved and we were not successful. And Tony can talk about it when we get to his department. But basically, we are asking to make this position a full-time one. Under building, we're asking for a summer student. And under infrastructure, we are asking for 2 winter patrollers and an admin summer student.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor, and then Dave.
Through the chair, the one question I had for you, I thought we had a reserve set aside for election years that we put a little bit aside each time to cover the cost so it doesn't come out all at once. So how
Yes.
come we're seeing that in the salaries and wages now? Shouldn't that just be a one-time contracted fee that comes out of reserves?
We will get more into reserve for election in their budget, but when we get to the council's budget. But yes, this position is going to be funded by reserve. However, reserve are funded by taxation as well. And we did have to increase our contribution to reserve because the cost was higher and we didn't have enough set aside.
Okay, thank you.
So we're still doing an annual, it's just larger, what we're putting into the annual reserve for the elections.
Yes.
Dave?
Yeah, I believe the costs were about, can you tell me what the approximate cost for the election was like 3 years ago? I mean, what was the number we're dealing with? Without the extra person to come in and election coordinator?
The election cost of 2022,
Yeah.
I would have to go back, but I can surely come back.
So
with
I
an
think the
answer.
difference here is that now they want to have a full-time person to coordinate all those activities before they did them in-house with existing staff.
Right,
Am I
but
correct?
we don't
We
have the staff
also-
right now.
Yes, we also had a deputy
Clerk.
clerk position back then, which we don't anymore.
The deputy clerk actually ran the election mostly.
So you're suggesting this part-time or this election coordinator would be a plan for the future? Like you'd always get that, or is this just a one-time thing?
No, I think if we were a full complement of staff, and I'll look to Gail, I believe if we're full complement, we have enough staff internally to do it, but go
Through you,
ahead.
your worship, if I may, certainly as part of the reorganization that we did earlier this year, to the point that was just raised, was that we reduced the complement within the clerk's area. So we no longer have that deputy clerk position. As council is well aware, organizational structures will change sometimes on a regular basis, sometimes not so much. In this particular case, thus the reason why we're asking for the election coordinator a 1 year, one and done, and that person then leaves. I can't predict what will happen in the next election period as to whether we will be looking for an election coordinator at that time. It really does depend on what the organization structure will look like. But certainly, as we do move forward, the requirements to run the election are pretty significant. And if that particular position was not approved by staff, then we would certainly be coming back to council to say, okay, what we're going to have to do is sort of reduce some of the workload on the current staff in order for them to spend the time and energy to do the work that is required for the election in 2026. So with that, it is a 1 year position. And just because we have restructured to reduce the clerk's department complement, we certainly would be looking for this position.
And I've had a couple questions from people. I know the answer, but about the winter patrollers that are on here. Can Laura, maybe you explain what a winter patroller does?
Maybe just a brief summary, and we'll
Yeah.
get into it when we get into that budget later, but go ahead.
For sure. The winter patrollers' job would be to, during the winter months, we have to meet minimum maintenance standards. We have requirements under the Highway Traffic Act to ensure that we're monitoring the conditions, not only of the weather, but the road. And we know in a vast geographic area like the Ramara Township, that can change from area to area. So they're going to be going around and circulating to make sure we're meeting those minimum maintenance standards.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. My question is related to the number of employees that we have. So how many staff did we have in 2022? How many did we have in 2025? And if we add all these positions, how many will we have in 2026?
I do not have that
We'll get a note of
information
it, though.
handy,
Yeah.
but it's certainly something we can
Yeah.
come back at a later time.
Gail.
Through you, your worship, if I may, just for council's information, what we're doing is if there are specific questions that we're not able to respond to immediately. We have staff taking notes, and what we will be doing is a CIP that identifies the questions that have been asked and then the answers, so that you will have that well in advance before sort of
30
the
days.
finalization of this process. So we
Okay.
are keeping that documented so that you will get your answers.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yep, through the chair. Could we also include in that, because I know the numbers when they come back, there's also positions we've been trying to hire for several years. We haven't been able to. It's important to put those down too, because I think we've had them in the budget. We've been trying to hire the staff. We haven't found the right staff. So it's important to keep those because they're not new or they're not something, do you know what I'm saying? I think it's important to show the public that it
Yeah.
wasn't as many increases as they think it might be. It's just that we haven't been able to hire for those positions. That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, we still have 2 vacant positions, I believe, the general manager and a deputy treasurer. We have neither right now.
Absolutely, yes. And we can also add more information. I've been asking other municipalities what their percentage of wages is compared to their budget. And we are a little bit on the lower side. So that's what we're trying to rectify. Having proper resources to be able to do the work that we need to do.
Yes, carry on.
Okay, next slide, please. So this is an overview of the capital costs by department. To come back to a point that was made before, that the capital breakdown included budget that were not funded through taxation. We see on this slide that 60% of the capital cost is under wastewater for 2026. And we'll talk more in details when we get to that section. But we just have an overview. In administration, for example, our capital cost compared to last year is going down 42,000. Our infrastructure investment is going down just over $500,000. Water is going down 1.3 million as well. And fire, there's an increase of 246,000. Recreation has a big increase compared to their total budget. However, we do have a grant that pays most of the increase. And wastewater increase is 6.9 million over 2025. Next slide, please. Some of the highlights for the capital projects in 2026. We are still adding the Rogers fiber optic project. This was part of the 2025 budget. However, we don't know if it's going to be completed. So we are adding it back in 2026. However, this project doesn't have any impact on taxation as it's funded through money that we received through a grant that has been set aside. Under council, we have a bigger investment into capital than 2025 because laptops are due for replacement. So laptops or computers are replaced on a 5-year basis. But since we're having election in 2026, it would be easier for a new elected official to get their new laptops when they come in service instead of getting an older laptop and changing the following year. It's just, we experience this as staff. Every time we change our devices, there's definitely some adjustments that needs to be done. So we just want to make this work for elected officials. On the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways, one of the project in 2026 is the drainage improvement for 225,000. On the recreation side, we do have a bigger project this year, but again, half of it is covered by a grant. On the infrastructure side, we do have roads repair and rehabilitation for 4 million. We do have a fleet renewal investment of 320,000, which is basically for a backhoe and a trailer. And we need to do some renovation at Yard 1, which is our main public works building. And renovation are estimated at 200,000. In wastewater, we have a big project that is just over 10 million for we'll discuss later, but for the treatment water plant number 202. And we do have allegiance later in the budget that explains what the numbers are. And under fire, we are investing 252,000 to make a deposit on a truck that will probably be purchased in 2027. We just need to invest this money this year. And the total cost of this tanker truck is 850,000. Just to give council an idea that the 252,000 in 2026 is not the full cost. Next slide, please.
Yes.
Oh.
Go ahead, Councillor Goff.
I just have a question regarding the recreation, $300,000 for a playground, ball diamond and improvement and roof repair. I know we already received the grant from the province and we've repaired the roof. So why is it still $300,000? $150,000 still. Spent that.
Yes, part of the project is being done. We can discuss it when we get to recreation, maybe, if it's okay. Okay. Okay, next slide, please. So we do have some community board members that need money from the township. So this slide is mostly what those committees and boards need from the township this year. So there's just a summary. This is included in their budgets. But this cost is part of the admin budget. So trails is 50,000. Lagoon Ramara is included under the recreation budget. So we won't see a different slide for it. The budget has been increased to 6,800 to include 5,000 for a shed that was asked last year but not approved. The Udney Community Center has no major change from last year. It's just we need to adjust for the cost of maintaining the building, such as hydro and things like that. So that's why there's a slight increase. Oh, okay. And Atherley has a slight reduction from last year. And again, we'll see more details later. Under economic development, we do have the Brick and Beyond that has been combined into economic development, but we still account differently. So there's a little adjustment there. Community policing, the slight adjustment again, just to meet the needs of the maintenance of the building. The Couchiching Detachment Board, the contribution, there's a big change in the budget, but overall the cost of the township hasn't changed since last year. Awards Committee, no change, and library, there's a slight increase of 5,000. So overall, under the admin department, we are providing 650,700 to all those different boards and committees. Next slide, please. This is an overview of the cost to the township. So we do separate the fixed cost, which is the operation budget, and the capital cost, which is the lower section of this slide. However, we included in the middle part, the reserve section includes some revenues that it's not revenues where we get money from users and taxation, but we're using money that we set aside into reserve. So the total cost is on the bottom line, and it does not include the from reserve transaction. So the total cost of the budget in 2026 is 42,943,300. And in order to be able to finance this total cost, we are increasing the tax rate the municipal tax rate, 5.97%. And out of this 5.97%, 4.25 is going into reserve and 1.72 is going directly on the budget. So we'll now start the individual budget by departments or committees and boards. So each director will speak to their own budget.
Right.
They'll give a high-level overview and then we'll take question and if there's any amendments. So we'll try to deal with each one individually before we move to the next one.
Okay, so I guess I'll do it now before we get into the budgets. And if there's any discussion warranted on the COLA, 3%. Because it's in all the budgets, right? So,
Yeah, I almost think we should, depends how everything else is gonna pan. Excuse me, so I don't know if we should just be talking about the 3% COLA, like you're suggesting.
well, the staffing, we can certainly discuss in each budget when we get to it, any
Okay,
new
so-
hires, but it would be just because the 3% across the board to the existing staff and fire department and the roads department, which are unionized. No, it's not roads because they're unionized.
But I
Well,
guess,
some of the
are
roads,
non-union.
yes.
I guess my point is, as we make changes to the budget, the 3% is part of the overall package, and I don't think we should just approve the 3% and limit our options as we go through the rest of the budget.
All right, we'll leave it for now, then, is what I'm hearing. So then, all right. Unless anybody else wants to discuss it now.
I guess I don't necessarily want to discuss it now, but when I'm looking at comparators, I'm not finding municipalities that are at 3%. So I know you're talking to municipalities. And so I would like to be able to see a report that shows what other municipalities are doing before I would want to agree to the 3%.
No,
If I may, these numbers were shared between treasurer, but it's not final. So I don't think I would be comfortable of saying which municipality is going where because that council did not approve it yet. So that's just assumption that we're making right now.
so everybody's making the same assumptions. So that's what I'm hearing. So, all right,
Well, sorry, but we can still put a footnote on there that these are, just assumptions that we've gathered information. But I too think I would like to see what the other municipalities are.
yeah, it sounds like we're getting into it. So,
Okay.
Okay.
Just to get yourself in the direction.
We'll wait for you to leave.
I think, Councillor Bell, we have the same issue, so I'll let you carry the conversation forward.
Let's let. Could you close the door, Joe, too, when you go? Thank you. Okay, Councillor Bell, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I've just popped up some of the other municipalities within Simcoe County, and you're right, they're not necessarily specifying yet. But in some of their proposals, there is no 3%. There's less in some cases. And so I think that maybe if you can't name the municipality, you could take 10 comparators or 15 comparators, whatever makes sense. It's usually around 10 that are municipalities our size, and come back with what those 10 are doing without naming the municipality specifically. So at least then we would have a report that shows us what like municipalities, how their approach is for this year.
Okay, thank you. David? Did you, you're good? So that's it for the discussion portions. We can bring them back in. Okay. Can somebody just? While I'm waiting for them to come back, Mano, I did just catch something real quick. Had a question on it. So the OPP, it says that this is our actual budget to date up to October 1st. But when I do the calculations, it doesn't get me to the 1,946,500. Even with the adjustment for next year, because it's only showing another 357, unless that OPP budget hasn't been paid out up until October 1st.
Are you on the administration side? When
I'm
you
right now at the 2020, the one that we just went over, that 2026 budget. We put that back
Oh,
up.
okay, I see, yes.
Okay.
So this is we won't meet the 2025 budget. if you remember from last year, when we presented the budget, OPP had submitted a billing and we were well ahead in the budget approval process. So we didn't change the budget. When they did a revised billing, we said that the savings would go back into reserve because we were pulling out of reserve to fund the increased billing.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that, but I'm actually looking at the 2026 number that you're using.
Yes,
It's 1.9.
yes.
So you're only $1 million up to date with 3 months left. That's only about 350,000. That doesn't get us close to the 1.9 we've put aside for next year. So I'm just asking, you said there's only, I think it was a $200,000 increase, $149,000 increase with the police budget. Even with that, that's only 500. That gets us to 1.5, not 1.9. So
Yes.
the budget number is 1.9.
So what I did is I used the revised billing for 2025. So the total cost of 2025, and then I estimated a 6% increase. So the actual is not yet the full cost.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
I guess we're into the council budget now is the first one I've got in the book, so we can, there's some highlights there. Gail, go ahead. I don't think your mic's on, Gail. I'm
There we
looking
go.
there.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship. I will start, and if Ms. Zanussi has anything further to add, or Ms. Higgins, certainly please do so. At a very high level, council's budget, obviously council's remuneration and the per diems are as per the direction of council by way of bylaw. We have increased the legal budget by about $10,000 based on previous year's actuals. We have the full election included in council's budget. That's, I gather, how we've done it in the past, where as opposed to a separate budget, we actually include the election budget in council's budget. And we have some minimal increases with postage, stationery, et cetera, et cetera. The election coordinator, as we discussed before, from a staff perspective, we believe is required in order to enable us to run the 2026 election process. We have chosen to do internet voting, mail voting, and in-person voting. So those are three great options for members of the community to come out and vote in 2026. Costs are increasing in terms of software, et cetera, to run the overall election. What's also included, Mr. Mayor, within the council budget is a half resource. So what the intention would be is to hire one full-time resource. Half would be dedicated to mayor and council. The other half would be dedicated to the general manager of corporate services. The general manager of corporate services at this time, we have not hired, and we continue to go through the recruitment process. But that particular position doesn't have an EA, if you will, in terms of providing the administrative support for that position. So the idea is to have a shared position between council and the general manager of corporate services. I have found, certainly since I've started, that I do believe that council could benefit, mayor and council could benefit from a resource, whether it is compiling research, whether it is preparing any kind of reports or preparatory work for council, whether it is responding to constituents. There's a number of things that an ED could certainly help council and with their administrative work. I know I've certainly heard from members of the public that sometimes they're not getting responses. Part of this function would be to ensure that if there's any kind of correspondence going to council, to ensure that the residents are getting responses and so on. So from a staff, from a senior management team perspective, we believe that this is an important position. So with that, Mr. Mayor, that's just a very high level overview of council's budget.
Okay, thank you. Well, on that one position, we kind of used to have one that was an assistant to the mayor and council, but again, not here anymore. and we didn't replace it because I have one at county, but now we're seeing we need one here as well. So because to help coordinate with the council members. So we're on the actual budget page now. If we can go ahead one slide. Okay, so I'll open it up to the floor. Any questions, discussions? We'll start there. I don't think I need to go line by line. We can all just look at the pages and go ahead. Councillor Bell, I think I saw your mic come on.
Sorry, I wasn't sure how we're doing this then, because we have a lot of outstanding questions with the 3% and things like that. So do you want us to bring any amendments today? Because then we may not want the same amendments in 2 weeks. So I'm not sure how we're doing this then. So are we holding all our amendments until after the next meeting, until
No.
after all our questions are answered?
No, much like regular budgets, bring your amendments today. And because we're in a council structure, we can modify the budget today, but then you also get another chance to modify it at the next council meeting. 30 days unless council decide, well, 30, it works out almost 30 days now is our next council meeting. It's, I forget the date, 29th or something. Yeah.
So just so I understand procedurally then, sorry,
Yes,
procedurally.
same
then.
as always, put a motion, staff will draft it up and we'll do our amendments as we go through.
And then if something changes when the questions are answered and I want to revisit the same amendment, but
No, it
different,
would
it'll
be
be,
voted- it
it
would
may
be-
be different, but it will be the same topic. So for example, if I say today, I want to remove the election coordinator position, we'll
Right.
just use that one. And then all of a sudden, when we come back in 2 weeks, we have all new information, then I still want to talk about the election coordinator, but my amendment is different, right? Because I don't have all the information to make a decision today. So I want to understand how we're structuring it so that
If you removed it today, it would be removed. Go ahead.
Yes. So through the chair, if that were put on the floor and there was a mover and a seconder and a vote taken, it would form part of the proposed budget. There wouldn't be the opportunity to then change that again because it would be considered a reconsideration. If there is something that you're not sure about, there are a couple of options. You could either not put it forward today and put it forward at a future date, or you could put it forward today and ask to postpone it till a later date. So until you get this information, and then at a future meeting, we would bring it back on the agenda as a postponed motion. So those are the two options.
And we can even table stuff now and like say, okay, I want to table this for now. And at the end of the day, when we get through the budget, we can go back to those items if council had them flagged. Because then you've seen the whole budget. Might be a higher, well, let's just wait and see. And then you go down later and there's 2 other students you don't hire. So then you come back and say, yes, we'll hire that one. So we could table some of it as well. Just kind of red flag it now for later.
okay, so then for me, it's both the election coordinator and this position who would be an administrative assistant to council, because I don't think we need that position.
All right. So we flagged those and what we'll do, we can have a bit of discussion on them now, but I mean, it's almost when we made the budget, I did the same thing. And at the very end, we looked at all the hires and then kind of prioritized them and dealt with them then. So you've got concerns with them now, Dave, same thing or what?
No, my question was the 88,100. Is that just the base salary? That's for the election coordinator? Or does that include all their expenses and benefits and everything else?
Yes.
Through you, your worship, just give me a moment while I pull up the salary or the staffing sheet.
Yeah, because that was a contract position, the 88,100. We were hiring as a contract, the election coordinator. And I can put a bit of history on that if you'd like. We can have it open to, like, we don't even have a clerk right now. We don't have a deputy clerk and we don't have our clerk either. What
We
do
have an-
we have a
we have an
clerk, but
acting
we're legal.
clerk.
We've acting
Yep.
clerks at the moment.
I'm just asking a question for information.
Yeah.
On the budget submission, the staff request it actually shows a total cost of 92,000.
Is it 92?
Yeah, that's trading laptop, cell phone.
Thanks.
So through you,
Yes.
your worship, the total cost for this position essentially is approximately $92,000. And that is inclusive of the base salary and benefits.
Yep.
So that is inclusive of that. It is a range within our sort of salary chart and depending on the person's experience where they would fall within that range, but the total cost is $92,000.
But I
For
think
1
this
year.
one I would like to deal with now because I mean, it's one, we have an election coming up and we have to deal with it. It's not something, and I don't know if we have the staff in-house, Gail.
Through you, worship, if I can, in terms of the process, if a member of council certainly doesn't support, they could bring forward a motion to eliminate that position.
Yes.
I would ask though, if I can, Mr. Mayor, just in terms of, because we do not have proposed amendments prepared because we're not aware of amendments that members of council may have. So if you could ask for a seconder to determine whether there is a need to actually bring forward the creating of the actual motion, that would be very helpful. So if a member wishes to eliminate that position, certainly a motion to eliminate that position would be what would be proposed on the table.
Yeah, as far as the part-time ones, because they're shared with other departments, I'll table them, but this one is for the election. And I think we should deal with it now. We're on the budget. So if somebody wants, go ahead. Absolutely.
So before it gets, like, can we talk about it before procedurally? Whether or not to keep this position to create that amendment? Like, if the only way to talk about
Yes.
it is to put it on the
Yeah,
floor.
we're in it. No, we're in
Okay.
budget, open discussion here today, and then I'll look from, much like we've done the other budgets before. It's just, yeah. So that hasn't changed. Yes, Minot.
If I may add, through you, Mayor, so the cost on the salary sheet, if we do decide to remove this position, some costs will remain because this might include also trainings and similar items. So just to give you an overview, if we remove one position, some of the costs might remain in the budget. So I would need to come back with a number
Yeah.
to say what the impact is on the budget.
But any other questions on this position? That's what we're discussing right now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, too, just as we sort of, I guess, get into the overall conversation about the additional staff, as staff had presented to you as part of the preparation of the mayor's budget, the SLT team did in fact take a lot of time and energy to evaluate each of the positions. That's the reason why you have more of an explanation within your budget and documentation than maybe what you've had in the past, to explain to you why we are looking for this type of position. But we did rank the positions in terms of order of priority, just so that council is aware that each position was appropriately assessed by the SLT team. And if there's going to be an elimination of positions by council, I would ask, Mr. Mayor, that the SLT team be able to explain to you what the ranking is for those positions so that it is understood by council. The staff are the day-to-day folks that are, looking after the administration and so on. So we fully understand from our perspective what we believe is absolutely necessary for the organization.
All right, so then we will ask all your questions now. We'll table it. We'll put the list of the rankings and the new hires at the end of the budget day. And then everybody can have a look at it. And even if you want time to think about it, a motion can come in at the next meeting as well if we don't vote on it today. So any other questions on the budget? Councillor Bell?
Okay, so you want me to put the amendment on the floor now, or you?
We'll
want to-
leave it now. We'll do it at the end.
Do
We'll
it at
them
the end?
all
Okay.
together at the end.
Okay, so I guess I'll ask the questions
Yes.
then while I'm here. So I did go do a comparator and I looked at Tay, Tiny, Agile, Tuscarora, Clearview, Severn, Gravenhurst, Bracebridge, Midland, Penetang, Washeen, and none. So none have an election coordinator position. So that is already a concern. And the municipal act, of course, the clerk is the chief electoral officer, and we do have an acting clerk. So I guess I'm trying to understand why we would veer away from what all of our comparators are doing and bring in an expensive position for 1 year when we already have an acting clerk who is responsible for that role.
Yeah.
Through you, your worship, I don't have the benefit of having the information that the counselor has just brought forward in terms of her research. And so with that, I think in order to make that research sort of accurate, what we would want to do is look and compare apples to apples. So for example, if you were to look in the job recruitment process right now, you would see that the Township of Severn is actively recruiting a deputy clerk. The Township of Ramara does not have a deputy clerk. The Township of Ramara has an acting clerk at this point in time and 2 assistant clerks. That's the full complement. And their function on a regular year is fully at capacity. So when you add a project like an election, which is really dedicated to the community as a whole to ensure that, the process is run in accordance with the legislation, you want to ensure that we've dotted our I's and crossed our T's. And with that, if you're adding that project to the existing staff that are here, then I would only say to you, if that's the case, then what we would have to do is absolutely come back to you and say, okay, we need to potentially reduce the number of council meetings because we need staff to ultimately run the election. Like there will have to be sacrifices made if we do not have the resources to actually do the work that is legislatively required.
Understood. So we'll carry, and again, we'll have a ranking of these positions at the end. Go ahead, Dave.
I've had people ask me about, there seems perception that we're adding staff. Is it possible to go back 10 years and show the total labor, leave out the sewer and the water, but just on our base wage compared to our tax revenue that we bring in, not the other revenues? Well, maybe the other revenue should be included. But I'd like to see, are we expanding our staff? But I know there's a lot of positions that were not filled. So I would just like to see a percentage of what our percentage of labor has been to our revenues for the last 10 years. If it's staying at a constant thing, maybe this is much easier to approve than showing it that we've now got double the staff that we used to have 5 years ago.
If you had double the staff and double the assessment, then the angle's kind of going the same.
Yeah,
is what
so
you're
just the
saying,
percentage of labor to the percentage of, but I think the water and the users, I think that should be out of the math. But I think it's important that you put in the building revenues because obviously it takes staff to generate those revenues. So my request is, can we get a report that shows the percentage of total labor into whatever you decide is right, whatever the nominator is?
Through you, Your Worship, just so that we're clear, maybe just even on terminology, if there are questions that members of council have, we would intend to do the CIP, not a full report, but if we need to sort of make sure that CIP is very clear, so it does answer the members of council any of their questions that they may have. I guess the only thing I would say to you, Your Worship, is an evaluation over a 10-year period. I guess I kind of go, life has changed a lot in 10 years. As council is well aware, legislative requirements have changed a lot in the last 10 years. So it's very, very difficult to evaluate apples to apples based on 10 years ago. I'd be happy to sort of go back to maybe even 5 years ago and share with council, here's your number of staff that you had in sort of over the last 5 years so that you can sort of see that graph. Be happy to absolutely do that. And maybe a few caveats of, there's been certainly some provincial downloads. I recognize that Ramara, the actual population has not changed substantially, but what are the additional services that may have been added that require additional staffing? So we would be happy to provide the best information that we can to give you that sort of overall comparator. I will say, Mr. Mayor, though, very directly that since I have joined the Township of Ramara, you're a lean organization. We are a lean organization. And as you can see, certain things maybe not getting done to the degree that we should be getting things done is a direct result of not having the resources that are required in order to run an organization like this. Even though we're a small organization, we still have the same legislative requirements that a lot of the larger municipalities have. And it takes resources in order to enable those legislative requirements to be adhered to. So I do think that, again, important just to recognize that your team did do a full evaluation, and we're not asking we're not asking for anything that we do not believe is necessary for this organization. So, but we will, as part of the CIP, do that evaluation so that you can see that.
Do you want a motion or is that a fairly quick report? Because you can't go back 10 years. I can tell you right now, 10 years ago, 35,000 of what we spent on bylaw with a part-time officer. And now it's $500,000 because of short-term rentals. The world has changed. We've got 5 employees in bylaw where we had 1 part-timer on a contract. So that definitely changes and the level of service, but 5 years, do you need a motion on that or is it pretty straightforward?
Through you, your worship, I'm just so we're clear, we're not going to be doing a sort of 2 or 3 page report.
No.
We're going to give you a graph that identifies your numbers based on what the tax revenues, the number of employees, and then if there are some caveats, the one that you just brought forward is an excellent example of how there was a change of level of service that required you to expand your staff because of the requirement for Airbnb. Airbnb. STRAs. So we will be happy to do that. So I do not need a motion at this stage.
All
If
right.
there is a substantial ask from council as a result of the budget process, I will share with you, Mr. Mayor, that we would need more time to do that report if required.
All right. So the rest of the council budget, we're going to table the employees at this point. We'll just look at the council budget. Any other questions on that page? Right now, the total is 524, but that may change when we look at number of employees. And then the capital projects for council is the computers. Yeah. Oh,
Sorry.
Councilor Bell, yes.
Yeah, so just also on the administrative coordinator position, we already have more council members at Ramara than 80% of our comparators. Most have 5, which is the minimum number. They don't have a deputy mayor. And so we already have too many council members. And now we're proposing to add an administrative position when we already have too many council members. So it doesn't make sense to me. We should be more than capable as council members of doing our work, given that there are more of us than are needed. So I'm not clear on what the administrator role is, really what we're trying to achieve with that. When we are elected, we take on the responsibility of answering to our constituents. That's really our only job. And so I am not in support of that position. But you did say you wanted to have the opportunity to speak to it. So I don't know which person wishes to speak to it, but if somebody thinks they can convince me why we need that role, then I'm willing to listen, but otherwise I'd be putting an amendment to remove that position.
Right. Well, we'll take the amendment at the end though, but we can certainly have the discussion on it now. Interesting though, if you feel too many council members, that's something we can tackle early in the council. I think next year we could put a motion to reduce council to 5. I would actually support it, and it gets rid of strong mayor powers, by the way, if you go to a 5-person council under the municipal act. But you would have to do it early next year to have it in place for the next election. Rebecca, you had your hand up.
Through the chair. So just if I can offer some clarity on why this position was put forward in terms of the 50% for mayor and council. The position is designed to support council as a whole and the mayor in an equitable and professional manner. So it's not intended to manage individual councillor inboxes or personal schedules. Instead, it would centralize support for approved activities such as proclamations, event coordination, flag raisings, council communications. Right now, those responsibilities are spread out across multiple staff. So this would be intended to put that into more of a central position. I think as the CAO mentioned right now as well, Mayor Clark, you have some dedicated support from the
Yes.
county. We may not have that in the future though. So we're fortunate to have that right now in terms of helping with some of the scheduling and things like that. However, in the future, we would be most likely bringing that in-house, which does add additional responsibility to that.
Well, that's what I was saying. Prior to being warden, there was a staff that was 50% dedicated to that. And then that staff's actually no longer with us. And we didn't feel the need to replace her because I have a full-time complement at county. So I just tell her, but send everything to county. Just send it there. And then they organize my schedule, and any meetings I have with you folks or anybody within the township is organized through them. So, but that option won't be on the table. Well, it might be on the table next year, depending on who the warden is and who gets elected mayor and who puts their name in. So but that's a definition of the job, and we can certainly wait to the end and we'll get the priority list and then we'll start going through them. But this individual is to serve the council members. Computer replacements. Any questions on the computers? Pretty much standard. Yes, go ahead, Dave.
I just have a question. What type of computers are you getting? Because the ones we had 4 years ago were substantially better than the ones we've had for the last 4 years. I like Joe's better because you can do more with it. Are you getting a laptop or are you getting the
Back
iPad?
to the iPad.
Is it iPads?
Well, we had iPads 4 years ago. This
Yeah.
time we have laptops.
What are they proposing?
What do you-
It probably says here, if I look,
I don't think it does. It just says laptops. Is that what you're proposing, laptops again?
That's what's included in the budget, but if council wish to go with iPads, we can definitely do that as well.
I don't think we have to discuss it now, but will council have an opportunity to engage in a conversation about whether it's iPads or laptops before we buy?
We definitely could. The only thing I would ask is to make a decision and then we do the same thing for everybody, so it's easier to manage.
Yeah, thanks.
All righty. Counselor Fisher, go ahead, Jen.
Thank you. I just have a question under statement of justification where our devices are replaced every 5 years. And you had expressed earlier when we were talking about it in the overview, that every 4 years, of course, we have an election and it's nice to start a fresh term with fresh devices. I'm wondering if it's worth looking at the policies about replacing every 5 years and switching that to 4 years moving forward.
I don't think we'd want to do it for staff, but go ahead, Mano.
Yes.
Because even these ones, like, they'll get handed down to students and whatnot. They're still used until such time as they're not working properly.
Yes, absolutely. So the computers are still good, so they will still be used. We're just planning on replacing the council one under 4 years, just to make it easier with the transition with the new council.
Yeah, so that's why I mean, like maybe the council one, change that to the 4 years so that these ones can be moved down, and it might actually change because there's a lot of departments that are having some upgrades with their hardware. So it might spread out that replacement. So we're seeing a little bit every year instead of a lot all at once.
The replacement of devices for staff is on a 5-year basis. And we don't want to go further than that, but all the computers that are still in good shape, working order, they are certainly used for students or employees that are not on their computer most of the time, like first line type of employees. And they are also used for training purposes and similar things like that. So council, the only difference is council, I'm proposing to do it on 4 years, where staff is on 5 years, but all the devices are used until they're no longer being
Yeah,
able to be used.
that has been our policy, 5-year for
Yes.
staff, 4-year for council. We always start the term with new computers. And make it through. So that was the computer one. So that, if there's no other questions, again, we're going to table the employees. We're on the administration budget. Gail, you want to do a quick overview before we get into it? There's Mano going to take that one.
Okay, so the administration budget, just to give a little bit of background, it includes a lot of different department, which is finance, office of DCAO, legislative services, which includes clerk's department. So there's a lot of HR. So there's a lot of people involved under administration. So this budget is for the entire administration section of the township. So if just the highlights of the budget, I just focused on what was different from last year. I thought maybe that's what council would like to know. So on the revenue side, there's a reduction of the revenues, and one of them is the revenues coming from investment. The type of investment that we have right now are not defined investment, where we don't know what the revenues will be until the investment comes to maturity. So we record the revenues when they come in, we don't accrue them. So that's why in 2025, we had some investment that were coming to term. So we had a big revenue where we don't have that in 2026. Another change in the admin section, the revenue section of the admin budget is the pits and quarry revenues. This revenue is money that we receive from the province. It's distributed to municipalities that do have quarries in in the township. And it is recommended that this money is being used to maintain the road. So for that reason, it had been moved to the infrastructure department. So it's not a loss of revenues for the township as a whole, but it's definitely out of the administration budget. So there is a change from 2025 in that sense. The revenues are also coming from the reserve in 2026 is different from 2025. As we discussed before, we were pulling money out of reserve when we did the 2025 budget to fund the increase in OPP cost. So we don't need to do that this year. So that's why the transfer from reserve is different.
We ended up directing that money back into the reserve anyway, when the,
Yes,
when the
yes.
province stepped up, we just took the money from the reserve and put it back in again.
Absolutely,
Yes.
yes,
So it's
yes.
still there.
But when we look at that budget line, it seems different, but
Yes.
that's the explanation behind it. We also have a reduction under our capital project. And we have a list of what our current capital projects are. We do have a reduction under our contracted services. However, it's not a reduction in cost for the township, it's just a reallocation where all those licenses for Office 365 are allocated in each department instead of all falling under administration. It's just to show the real cost of each services. Next slide, please. As mentioned before, the OPP cost is an estimate. This is just a little explanation of what happened with OPP last year. And also what we're investing in reserve in 2025 includes 120,000 that we're setting aside to replace our financial software in the next few years. It's a big cost, so that's why we're investing in reserve in order to fund this project instead of having a big project on 1 year. And we also invest money for accessibility project as discussed in the previous years. So we're investing 0.5 of the previous year's levy. That's the direction we got from a motion from council. There is an increase of the salaries and benefits because we are asking for additional resources, and I can speak to those additional resources if council wishes me to explain more. Next slide, please. So this is the budget for administration. I can take any question or any amendments.
Yeah, well, okay, we'll speak on the new hires as well. Might as well do it right now, and then again, we'll have it at the end of the meeting, and then we'll go through the paid. So yes, the new resources.
Okay, so in the administration department, it has been identified for many years that we do have issues with our IT management and maintenance. We have IT services from the county, but it's very limited what they can offer. So we need a resource on site to be able to do the lead work and be the middle person to coordinate requirements with the county, as well as we want this person to be able to bring us in using more of the newer technology and help us with the move that we did with the Office 365 Microsoft Office products. So there's tons of possibilities where we can use those products, but we just need support and help to help us move that way. Another position is the part-time admin support for the general manager. It is a position that has not been filled yet, but we're hoping to fill this position in 2025, if not early 2026. And when this person comes into play, we believe that they will require some administrative support. So it's as discussed before, it's a part-time position split into council and administration. We are also asking for a financial analyst position. The reason we're asking for this position is that there's a lot of things in the finance department that it's being done, but it's not being done to a level that we are expected to. And there's things that need to be cleaned up and organized and maintained. And we need to add some internal controls to make sure that what we do is we're dealing with other people's money. So we need to make sure our processes and our procedures are up to standard and that there's no errors. And we also have no cross-training. We don't have the ability to cross-train our staff because each of our staff is at maximum capacity. So this means if we have one staff that is sick, we might not have payroll going. That's what it means. So payroll is just an example. It could be payable. We don't have cross-training right now. And it's something that I've been trying to do since I've been here, but it's just not possible. Every staff is at my maximum capacity. So I can pull them from their current task to train them to do another task. It's just not happening. We have staff that are struggling to take their vacation time because then they need to do overtime. So it's like a circle and we need to get out of that. So that's why we're asking for a financial analyst to add more monthly controls. And that would alleviate the deputy treasurer and myself from doing the day-to-day task and focus on what we should be focusing with, which is more of a planning and the strategy for the township instead of doing day-to-day. Basically journal entries we did. This shouldn't be done by a treasurer. So that's why this position is
That's
crucial in
page
my
45
opinion.
on your agenda, just letting you know, there's a business case for each of these hires. So that was page 45 for that position. Yeah. And then the student, you might as well
Yes,
speak on the
and then
student as
a
well.
corporate student, sorry. Yes.
I'm trying to remember, I think how many students total did I include? 5? Yeah, I think it was 5. And that was my choice. So I understand if council wants to downsize it. I just wanted to start employing some youth and you're hoping it's locals that apply for these jobs and get some job skills. So that was kind of, I always like to invest in the youth. So certainly understand as we go through the budget, if council, looks at them and says, no, we can't support that position, I get it. So okay, so those was a brief summary on those individual positions. We'll prioritize them again at the end of the meeting. So we can go back to our page on 37, which is the budget. You did explain some of the changes. Does council have any other questions on that page? So page 37 we're on, which is, yeah, maybe we could get it on the screen, wouldn't hurt too. We can, if we can. And any discussion on the administration? Councillor Goff.
Just have a question regarding the tax revenue. How come it jumps like it's so low for the actual budget in 25 and then a big spike for actual and then back down to 192,800?
Go ahead, Manoj.
Yes, so this is how Ramara has been doing the budget for as long as I can see in the past documents. So in each individual budget, you'll see that there's a net levy required line on the bottom. So if you add up all those net levy required line, this is funded through taxation. So it's just how we do budget here. So when we budget, the tax revenue line only includes PILs, which is payment in lieu of taxes. And we can't really control those. It's mostly just to give you an example. This is what CN would pay us. They don't pay taxes. They pay, it's payment in lieu of taxes. But at the end of the day, they can decide how much they want to pay us. We can't really control that. So we only budget for that line. That's what it's showing. Where the actuals, it's the actual taxation that we collect from our residents.
Oh, so it's the total taxes, but for this
Yes.
budget purposes, it's what percentage of that tax goes to this budget?
So the actuals of 22 million is to fund each individual budget when you see net levy required.
It only does that in this particular, like, it's not in any of the other budgets. You're not going to see that 22 million again.
Yes, so the 22 million showing in administration
Is
is
where-
to fund every
Every
individual
other
budget.
individual department budget, yeah. Okay, so if there's nothing there, then we can go on to the capital projects on page 38. Rogers, again, that is in and out, and the 230, yes, Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, I do believe we should be having a closed session on the Rogers contract and whether those obligations have been met. And I don't know, or if the mayor can review it with the CAO prior to finalizing this budget. I've thrown up some suggestions, but they're not to be discussed in.
Yeah, that contract, we can have an up, oh, Melissa, go ahead.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. We have been having discussions with Rogers and I have asked for a full report on the outcome of all the work that they've completed, including how that relates to our contract. So that would be part of that.
So it will be coming, yeah. Okay. So why don't, that's the end of the administration budget, and again, we'll look at the salaries later. Why don't we take a break here? Yes?
Sorry,
Yeah.
just one, I only just had one question
go ahead.
actually on the computer replacement program. So I know that you're saying typically every 5 years, but what I noticed is that other municipalities are phasing that in instead of trying to bring, I think our total is $19,000 in replacements, and I forget the number. I had it added up. And so I'm wondering why we can't phase that in a few laptops at a time over a couple of years, because some of them weren't at the 5 years yet, I noted in the description, scope and purpose notes. So they haven't actually reached their maximum lifetime yet. So I'm wondering if we can, or why we're not considering doing a few at a time over the next 3 years or whatever, so that we get a rolling process going instead of trying to always lump them all in at once.
Go ahead, Gail, I believe we do.
Through you, your worship, I will just maybe start, Ms. Higgins, and then certainly you can jump in. And I think, Councillor Bella, you make an excellent point. And I think one of the things that we need to really do as an organization is truly evaluate our IT strategies and how we are doing the things that we're doing, whether it is computer replacement or whether it's technologies and so on. I know when I arrived in January, new software was sort of introduced to the township, but there was really sort of no training or anything along those lines provided, and staff are then just, okay, we'll figure it out from there. So the entire IT strategy for the township is really required, and that sort of is part and parcel with the requirement and the request for an IT coordinator to really get us into current practices. So to the councillor's point, in terms of how we are dealing with our computer assets and so on, really taking a long, hard look at how we're doing that would be very much part of this person's role. Ms. Higgins is certainly IT falls within her portfolio, and I think she would agree with me when I say that it's done, but probably not done to the degree that is required for an organization of this statute. So I do think that the councillor makes an excellent point and would really look forward to doing that evaluation if we had the resources to do that.
That was kind of one of the things we did when we hired the mechanic in the roads department. You know, you had a fleet manager now, and we actually extended the lifespan of our pickup trucks 1 year because we found we were able to extend them, and overall, it saves you money. I know.
So we do have a list of each device when they were purchased. Most of the laptops, as you can imagine, were purchased in 2020 with COVID, when we had to send staff home to work. So that's why in 2025, it seems like we have a lot of replacement due. Because we're all at that 5-year mark. And when devices are replaced sooner than 5 years, which is not I would say this would be the exception. It's probably because there's a change of scope and the requirement of different software require more memory or whatever. This is IT. This is absolutely not my strong suit, but some software require specific items from laptops. So if we are replacing laptops sooner than 5 years, it's most likely because there's a need for it. If I may add, when I started working here, we were on a 4-year replacement basis. And after some discussion with the county, because the county is on a 4-year, they agreed to let us go on 5-year replacement.
Okay. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor.
Just that point. I think that's just also budgeting. I think we know they have to replace probably every 4 or 5 years. Are we accruing for that? Or are we putting some aside each year in reserves and just kind of making a little bank for it so that we don't have to have those spikes in our budgets?
No, we're not really accruing for it. I mean, we're talking about 2,000 per laptop. So it's, if we were accruing for putting money aside to finance projects, I think we would focus on roads and bridges and like bigger assets where it does create a big impact. As we just replace as needed on a 5-year basis. So we do have a list of computers and we try to stick to it or add if we see that we need more devices at a department.
That's fine. I think my concern, I think just running businesses for so long that you always anticipate replacement things and you try to accrue so that you don't have such anomalies in your budgets, right? Year over year. That's all. I understand it's a small number, but when you start looking at all the things attached to it, like a part-time or a full-time contracted position, we're going to be up around $150,000 probably added. If we did that over a 4-year period instead of a 1 year, it probably has less impact or it's a little softer, easier to take. That's it.
I know we always try to do that on election, but I know every year, an election year, as long as I've been here, we've always had to have more money because the cost of the election, the cost of postage, which if there is postage come election time, it always had to be adjusted in the last year. Okay, if there's no further questions on administration, well, let's take a break to 11:15. Quick coffee break, washing break.
Through the chair, I just need a mover and seconder.
I do need a motion to take a break. Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Bell. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, whenever you're ready, Colton, we'll. Are we live? Okay, I'll just get my clerk to confirm. I've got everybody here.
Yes, I can confirm you have quorum.
Thank you. And now we're on to the fire budget. Tony.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. Thank you very much. In front of you is the budget for the fire service for 2026. In the highlight section, just very quickly, high-level overview, there really isn't a lot of increases to the fire capital. I know reflective of that slide early on, it shows that we were the only one showing an increase. Not the only one, but one of the only ones showing an increase. And remember, that's reflective of the previous year. The increase as fire apparatus goes is somewhat smaller because it's the portion of a vehicle. I just wanted to speak to that quickly because I'm sure that's what's going to come up as a conversation piece in this budget. So the biggest ask from fire in this budget is that we put some money into, for lack of better words, starting the process of getting the truck that must be replaced for 2027. Historically, with fire trucks, we've seen a 2-year time frame to get those trucks, and it puts us out of compliance when we start in the year it's due. Then our truck isn't compliant with the underwriter anymore, and it puts us in kind of a position for the municipality. So what we've done is asked that in this budget, the deposit, which is the cost of the chassis estimate from getting from local supplier, well, from suppliers for fire trucks. So that's what we're asking for in this budget is the ability to place an order and have the truck delivered timely in 2027. So we're within our mandate. That is the, excuse me, biggest ask for capital wise. The other large ask will be in investments. As we went through the mayor's budgets, we did discuss, there was another capital item that was in there, and that is the expansion of the fire hall, Station 1. That has been in there several years. Some of you are probably familiar with it. What we came up with was hopefully a good solution to not lose sight of that. I mean, that requirement's not going away. It's still needed, but it was a $700,000 ask. When it originally came in the budget, it was a $150,000 ask. As you know, with everything has incrementally increased. And now we're in a position where we're kind of chasing that. And in order to put that to bed and stop having to chase higher and higher numbers, we're trying to say, if we can put 200,000 of that into reserves, we have a plan in place so that we eventually get to the number that's required to make this happen. And it's not such a big impact in one taxation year. So those are very high level. This, excuse me. The last, I guess, addition to the fire service will be they asked for the full-time position of a fire prevention officer / training coordinator. As you're aware, in 2025, the budget was approved for a part-time employee with the direction of council that I go out and try to check with our neighbors to see if we could find a companionship, for lack of better words, that we could collectively meet our needs. I did that for the first half of the year, investigating with all of our neighbors. And some discussions were good. However, at the end of the day, to the south of us, they have a full-time fire prevention. One of my good conversations was with Ramara, who was looking on that, but they went a different way, and they've hired a full-time fire prevention officer up there. And one of my last real big prospects was in the Pecuniary area, but it's the travel time and everything that came out of that. And when we worked through the numbers, it didn't seem, we couldn't get to a happy medium where it would work for both of us. So from that, I was going to come back to council with that because the direction was to go and see if I could have that partnership. And if not, we would revisit halfway through the year to see if it was worth going to a full-time. in lieu of the new mayor's budget and the different protocols, the different pace we've started with budget, it made sense to bring it up here. So given that history, I feel that it's appropriate to move forward or ask for the ability to have that position become full-time. Historically, that position was visited, again, it's one of those reoccurring themes we've had at council as I've been approached by council saying, well, this has come up before, and it has been. It's identified in our fire master plan, which was approved in 2020. It's identified in our community risk assessment, and it was a recommendation of the OFM years ago that we have a full-time fire prevention. So moving forward with all those recommendations, that's why the ask is in there. Justification of that, as you've received in your booklet, there is an absolute need. Currently, we meet the minimum requirement of complaint and request. That is the minimum legislated requirement. By having this position in place, it allows us to be more proactive and able to get into the community more engaged, but also identify high-risk facilities that we can go in and proactively investigate rather than on a complaint and request basis. I think over the high view, those are the big points. You have the fire budget summary in front of you. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to council for any questions.
Did you want any questions on the student position right now as well? Just a quick overall.
Sorry, my apologies. I meant to speak to that as well. So the student position falls more under the bailiwick of the emergency management side of the portfolio. So currently, our emergency plan, as you're aware, there's mandates every year. We respond back to the province saying we've met all the criteria within that. Part of that is going through the plan every year, ensuring it's current, up to date, all the avenues we have in it to employ in the event of certain emergencies are still intact and usable. That is a very burdensome project. For the last 2 years, we were unsuccessful getting a student. The direction from council was we didn't have a student. Previously, we did. For the last 2 years, I can say that luckily, the previous fire chief, retired Fire Chief Dave McCarthy, has been volunteering his time because he understands the importance of that role and has been making all those calls for us. Relying heavily on volunteers, it's great when we have them, but at some time that well may dry up, and we need to address that. That is where the avenue for that student will help, but secondarily, they also assist with our fire prevention program and preload our PSAs, public service announcements, and generate social media content and things like that to assist with ensuring we're meeting our minimum mandates for fire prevention and public education.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to the fire page now, which is page 49. You had a brief overview. Any other questions the council's had highlighted on that page? Councillor Snutch.
Thank you. I just have a question on the, it's not a question, but it's a statement, I guess, on the 200,000 to set aside to fund the expansion of Station 1. We've got a lot of work to do on all of our buildings, and it's mentioned elsewhere in this budget. I don't think we should be putting money aside until we've either gone back to the previous report that we've got on how we should better manage these buildings, or we get a new report done that maybe that building's not even necessary. So I will at some point be coming up with an amendment to eliminate that 200,000. I don't think we should do it now. On the staff, I'm about 50-50 as far as deciding which way to go. I realize the importance, but it's been 7 years that I've been on council and I haven't seen anything. I guess I don't see the hard work that all the staff is doing, but I'm just not sure whether adding that fire prevention officer is the right thing to do with our financial restrictions that we have on the township right now. So I just sort of, if anybody wants to discuss it,
Deputy Mayor.
I understand and appreciate what David, you're saying, Counselor, sorry. One of the concerns I have is that I think if we invest a little bit in education and prevention, it's going to bring our costs down over the future years. And that's the hope, right, Tony? Is the more prevention we can do, the more education we can do, we're going to bring our overall costs down annually. Hopefully, that's the hope, right?
Tony?
Thank you, through you, your worship. Absolutely. That is the first line of defense in any fire service is fire prevention. I know in previous presentation, it was alluded to that there hasn't been a real significant change in the municipality, but I will avert your eyes to the census. Since the last census into the most recent, we had a 9.4% increase in population. We have a population and with a huge demographic profile of elderly people in our municipality, and there is definitely a need to address that. The Ontario Fire Marshal's Office is aware of that, and hence the recommendations for the fire prevention officer and those needs there. I will take the comment from Councillor Snutch as a compliment. Thank you. We are surviving. Are we surviving well? I would say no. We're getting the things done, but there's a lot more that can be done to protect our citizens and the people here and do it adequately. This position will provide that extra necessary coverage and the ability to address those issues. So yes, it's been 7 years, but if you remember historically, the direction from council was we must cut and we must find places to do it. And aside from cutting fire service, that was the only place I could give. And that's why we'd put it off. Council did approve a part-time position. I'm assuming if it's going to be tabled again, it would be reduced to a part-time position. That's an assumption on my part. If it's to lose it completely, I would, from the fire chief position, I would strongly recommend it would be a loss to the community. I know that that's something you'll table later. I strongly believe that this is a position that will enhance the fire service, but also enhance the protection of our citizens.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. As you know, Tony, I supported that part-time position. And I'm just wondering if there's other ways we can look at doing this where it is a part-time position and then we have the part-time, the support position and different ways to do it, which again, we can do at the end. But what I was going to ask is with the $200,000 and with the investment into the building, because there will be a lot of people, because it dates so far back, that don't know why you need to change the building, what's required, what are your challenges. I just thought maybe if you could speak to what that is, it would help residents as well as everybody in the room. Thank you.
Tony.
Thank you very much. Through the chair to Councillor Bell. I appreciate the question. And yes, to reiterate the reasoning or logic behind that expansion, it is not a want desire. As you know, there's much mandated requirements in bunker gear. We know that we have to replace all bunker gear within 10 years. There's new PFAS regulations for the chemicals that we aren't allowed to have firefighters exposed to, the new information regarding cancers in firefighters and the necessity to clean the gear. So this additional space is giving the facility the ability to house the cleaning equipment that's required to maintain that gear and keep it operational. But bringing it right back to the original root of that expansion is the lack of space in the hall. Currently, when we deploy the tower truck out of Station 1, the outside diameter of that fire hall is 50 feet. That tower vehicle fits in the hall and is protected, but it is 48 feet, 6 inches long. So in order to get in the driver's seat, we've had to park it on the far side of the fire hall. When the firefighters want to deploy that apparatus, they must walk behind, crawl under the bucket, go up the sidewall and get into that vehicle to respond. From a health and safety perspective of doing your investigations and being able to maintain that apparatus, it is a challenge. And I will be completely honest with council. We get by. We're lucky. We get by and we're maintaining that. But these asks in there, I really do not ask for things because something I want. It's something I've identified as a need in the municipality, and that's why it's coming forward to you for consideration.
Yeah, it's just the cost of construction's running away faster than we can put money away. Councillor Goff.
Yeah, to Chief Stone. I was just wondering, we provide blocking service, so like for road accidents and have our volunteers out there directing traffic. Would we save any money if we actually went and, called Fowler, that's in charge of doing the roads, to come out and provide, or have the OPP to do those duties. Reason I bring it up is that recently there was an accident on the 401 where one of the pumper trucks got hit down there. And we're not in the position here in this municipality that if one of our pumpers got demolished in an accident, we don't have the extra replacements to replace that right now. So I'm just wondering if maybe if we didn't provide that service, that we'd be able to have some cost savings. Tony?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Goff. Thank you for that question. An incredibly important question in the fire service. Couple things I need to draw your attention to. First of all, we absolutely employ the road authority pertaining to whose road it is to come out and supply crash trucks. Under Book 7 of the Highway Traffic, Road Regulations and Safety, Book 7 requires certain size of vehicle that is legally able to be a blocker. Fire trucks happen to meet that requirement because the load they carry and everything like that. Under Health and Safety Act, we are required to protect our workers while in a workplace. So as you're aware, an emergency goes through 911, we are deployed immediately. Resources for blocking that road don't get deployed until we are on scene, understand that it needs to be blocked, and then make those decisions. So in that interim, we may have firefighters working auto extrication tools, jaws of life on a vehicle, and we must protect our employees with those apparatus. We absolutely do not like parking a $2 million fire truck to block those vehicles. However, we must protect not only the patient, but our employees, and we will block that until we get those other things in place. So you can't really mitigate that. It is a requirement we have to do when we get on scene, is protect our scene and ensure a safe workplace. But I do want you to rest assured, we absolutely make those calls and ensure the proper people are coming, because if we can get our own in-house roads department to close a road and make it safer that way, we will do that. Again, keeping in mind, OPP have a mandate to maintain traffic. So we have to, it's a balancing act, but it's number one, safety is obviously the people we are there to assist and our employees. So that will continue. There isn't a way to cut that piece out. And realistically, saving money, we save money if there's an accident, absolutely. But we aren't saving any money by having our trucks. We've got to use them to block our people, because if they get hurt, the cost expounds greatly.
Absolutely. I understand our people are first importance, and people that if there is a motor vehicle accident, the victims. But I was just wondering, because it seems, I've had other people reach out to me, is that maybe our volunteers and our vehicles are there longer than what they should be.
It's
the old rumor you always hear. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, I can definitely say to you, we are not there any longer than we absolutely have to be. All of your volunteers, remember, have lives, have families, have jobs, and the desire is not to stick around on a very high level. But from a business point of view, we do not want to be there any longer because it's tying up our resources. As soon as we can cut free, we go. So there's a chain of control at any incident, whether it falls under fire privy or police because it's criminal, or another agency, dependent on what event we're going to. And we always follow that. So I can rest assured we do not stay any longer than we have to. And quite frankly, we look for the opportunity not to be there if we don't have to be.
Thank you, Chief.
Hey, any other, Councillor Bell?
I just a comment. I think that it sounds like if the truck was hurt on a provincial road, what we're talking about is something else. It's advocacy to the province to say your road destroyed our truck, so you need to repair our truck or replace it, right? You're asking for something bigger, I think, is all, beyond Tony's ability or Chief Stong's ability.
Yep. Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Oh, no, absolutely. I agree with that. So it is bigger, but it's also the weight to get those trucks.
Yeah.
So that it's not just send it to the body shop or just order one. And we know pickup trucks take a long time to get. So I can only imagine how long it would take to get a fire truck replaced.
Well, 2 years. Yeah, is the minimum right now. So if there's no other questions for the chief, thank you, Tony. And again, we'll keep the job listings to the end. So we're on to the building department, and I believe General Manager Pai, you're going to start us off.
Thank you, Your Worship. So you have before you the building highlights. It is pretty standard and typical for this. The only salary ask we have is a building student that would be assisting with our digitization of historical records, which are relevant to our practices. And there's been some small adjustments, and I'm open to any questions that you have.
Questions on the building? Not seeing it. I mean, we had the discussion on the equipment, the programming. We just did that a week ago or 2 weeks. I don't know how long ago it was now, last meeting. So if there's nothing there, nothing on the capital, then we will move on to budget for our planning department. And is that you again, General Manager?
Thank you, Your Worship. Similar to the building department budget, again, that there hasn't been any significant changes to the movement in this budget. We did have a reorganization, so there's a new staff member that moved from infrastructure over into the planning, and that is reflected in this budget for this year. And there's been no staff asks and a couple of small capital projects. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the planning? Not seeing any, so. Yes, go ahead, Dave. Councillor Snodge.
So the zoning bylaw, update zoning bylaw to align with new official plan. We got 46,000 set aside. Can you just sort of maybe expand on how much work that is to do?
Through Your Worship, it is a lot of work. It requires a lot of consultant studies and reviews. So they're looking at the official plan and the past zoning. It has to conform with both ours and the county's plans as well. So it's a lot of review done by those consultants to ensure that conformity. We don't have the resources in-house to try and do that. And we do want a third party to be looking at our policies to make sure that they're relevant and generally consistent with best practices.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? I'm not seeing any, so we're on to economic development. That's Melissa. Okay, I was just trying to remember.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The proposed economic development budget for 2026 is similar to 2025. There's an increase in training and memberships for staff to join professional economic development organizations and for some professional development opportunities. And for 2026, we're asking for one student to help implement actions as part of an ongoing work we're doing to complete a CIP program and update our economic development strategy. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Not seeing any at the moment. Again, the students for both that and the planning, we'll have a discussion again at the end when we're looking at hiring the students. So next we are on to infrastructure. That is you again, Director. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So there have been some updates that are included in the highlights page here for this budget. This is obviously our largest cost center for the municipality as it contains most of the assets in here. Some of the changes are with the grant funding. So the Canada Community Building Fund, which is the former gas tax, where we've reserved it a couple of years and we look to spending it this year as part of the 2026 budget. The pits and quarries revenue that Ms. Higgins spoke to earlier is going to be now shown on the infrastructure side as we would be spending that money on the infrastructure side for our road maintenance. And other than that, just some minor adjustments. As I mentioned, the asset management position has transferred over to the planning department. And we did ask for the winter patrollers, which I had a brief description about before, as well as a student. And I'm happy to answer any questions if we need any further clarifications.
Why don't we, maybe the winter patrollers, you better get into that one and explain it to the council right now.
So again, as I mentioned, the winter patrollers their function is to, the township is required to meet minimum maintenance standards under the Highway Traffic Act. So we have those conditions year round. During the summer months, those conditions obviously very rarely change. If we had a significant storm, we'd be required to go do patrolling. And because we're a rural municipality, those obligations are pretty small. In winter, where those conditions change significantly, the requirement for that patrol is to be, we have to know road temperature, air temperature, weather conditions, and the current state of the road and the infrastructure at least 3 times per 24-hour period. And specifically, we have a specific response time that we need to meet in order to clear any conditions that require attention. Again, set out in our winter control policy as well as the minimum maintenance standards. So these patrollers would be required to go around and help us meet that. We're looking to standardize those. There's obviously a big risk in winter on our roads with accidents, and this would help maintain our documentation so that we're confident going into reducing that risk if we had any claims submitted to us. And these would be in the event that we have a nicer winter than we did last year and likely going to have this year. We would still have other work that they can be completing at that time, including sign maintenance, streetlight audits, and just general maintenance that can be completed without disturbing any of the residents during the day.
Well, even the sign maintenance has to do with the reflectability as well, is it not? We now have to, we have the gun, I believe we own now to check the reflectability of each of our signs.
Correct. We have a legislative requirement to do that once a year as well, so.
Questions on those positions, Councillor Goff?
So those 2 positions, they'd be touring the municipality 24 hours a day in the wintertime?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, these positions would actually cover the overnight. We would have our regular full-time staff doing those patrols during the day. It's the overnight that's challenging for us to consider. The reason that there's 2 positions is we can't expect somebody to work 7 days a week for an entire season. So the 2 would provide the coverage that we need so that our full-time crew can focus on what they need to do.
Thank you.
Any other questions on those? Councillor Fisher? Okay. Give us a page number when you find what you're looking for, Jen.
It's with those 2 positions. I know
Okay.
we're not discussing the need for them because I believe we do have the need for them. I was just looking to see if the FTE was written in the report. for
Oh, do
those-
we have the case? I didn't see that when I was scrolling through. I'm not sure if, go ahead, Laura.
Through you, it's actually 2 contracts. So they're meant as 6-month contracts at this
Oh,
point.
okay.
We're going to pilot them for the 2026 season. And then if it's successful and we can figure out a way to integrate it into our staffing complement, if we feel that it's warranted, it'll be a future request. But at this point, it's 2
Contracted.
full-time contract for 6 months. Yes,
Okay, so yeah. That's why it's
correct.
not there. Okay, so let's go to the page 79 then, which is the actual budget and anything council has highlighted. Councillor Snutch.
3 quick questions. The 200,000 for the yard 1 building, that's separate than what the chief was talking about the 200,000 to renovate, correct?
Correct. So you're on page 80 then, are you?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or let me deal with 79.
all right,
first,
go
if you
ahead.
don't mind, Dave, if there's anything on 79, just the actual budget. I'm not seeing anybody, anything highlighted. Okay, page 80. Yep, and it's.
So
near the
what are you
bottom.
doing to the generator? Add a generator or you're fixing up the current generator?
Add a generator. Go ahead, Laura.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's to add a generator. And again, this is one of the recommendations that we had coming out of the ice storm. It was very apparent. These are our boots on the ground and first response that we need from that infrastructure side of things. And there was no lights, no washrooms, no water available to the staff for the duration of that power outage, but we're expecting them to also work. So it made it very challenging. It's health and safety concerns because now they're also walking through at all hours in a dark shop where an injury could easily happen. So it's the addition of the generator.
Yeah, it's long overdue, actually, in that location. These guys are out clearing. And even the lunchroom, they can't even all fit in the lunchroom anymore. They're kind of sitting throughout the shop and everywhere else, yeah. Is there anything else on page 80? Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, on
go ahead.
page, I may bring up later on, but it won't be now, but just to whether we need that to spend the $36,000, depending what else we can find for the 35,000, sorry, for the fuel monitoring system at yard 3. My reason would be the same as it was when this was discussed many times before. I'm just not sure we're gonna get the savings back from spending 35,000. We'd have to find $35,000 in savings over the next 3 or 4 years, so.
All right, Laura, do you want to, on the fuel, just, there's a question now?
Through you, this is not necessarily to try and capture savings. It's more to be able to provide a better system to audit our fuel deliveries and fuel consumption so that we can appropriately put those costs out to the relevant areas, and also to ensure that our contractors are doing what they're supposed to be doing and delivering the fuel amounts that we believe that are required. So it's not going to necessarily result in a cost savings. It's going to be to provide that auditing level that we have. And this is the same system that's already installed at yard 1 and yard 2.
What tanks do we have? We don't have as many tanks, I don't think, at yard 3. do we?
Yard 3 is only diesel. So we have clear
Yeah.
diesel and dyed diesel
Yeah,
there.
that's what I thought. There's no gasoline. Correct. Any other, I've not seen any on that, so we'll get through the capital. Oh, Councillor Fisher, go ahead.
Sorry, this might be a technical question. There was just a comment that came across YouTube. And I didn't see that the mayor's mic was muted, but it was asked why it was silent. So I don't know if there's an audio problem with the YouTube stream.
I know at the start of the meeting, I forgot to turn it on. My wife texted me and said, turn on your microphone.
Oh, the comment just came in. It's
All
a
right.
fairly recent comment.
All right, because I didn't think I shut it off, so hopefully you can hear me. I've been purposely leaving it on because I keep forgetting to turn it back on. All right, so that's, where are we now? I'm just scrolling ahead myself. Next. Thank you. Oh, that infrastructure grant, maybe we did have a question earlier, and I know it showed on in one of the budgets, which is that it used to be called the gas tax, and the question was, why is a portion of it now go to the sewer and water users? And now I want to make sure I'm correct on this answer. No, what I said is that grant is based on the infrastructure that we own. So a portion of it that we receive now is because of things like, is it not correct? The water towers, the sewage plants, they're all part of that grant process?
This would be correct for the OCIF grant.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, which
Ontario
used to be called the
Community-
gas tax, but it's not anymore. They've changed.
No, it's a different one.
Oh, the OCIF.
Yes,
Yeah, that's the
yes.
one I just received actually the other day. Yeah.
Yes,
Not the gas
absolutely.
tax, it's the OCIF, which we've all kind of pointed out when we're at the meeting talking with the fellow mayors. That was also supposed to cover the 75% reduction in farm tax and woodland lots, and it's not even close anymore. So there isn't even enough coming in to cover the provincial mandated costs that was originally set up to cover in the first place. But hey, that's just the way it is, right? So with that, we are on to our recreation budget. And that is Brittany now.
Yes, good morning, everyone. So to the highlight page here, there's just a few things identified here. The major one would be the CSRIF grant. So we've budgeted the 300 with 150,000 coming in for the grant that we have received. In relation to the question previously asked by Councillor Goff, there was work done in 2025 on one section of the roof. However, there is a middle section of the roof that also needed to be fixed. So the first piece of the roof was done with 2025 funding, and the middle section is being done with this grant funding. And we had to do an emergency ask for that funding. So we've identified that as a need so that there wasn't any further implications to the roof as we went through the winter. It was leaking in the hall. You will see that we've adjusted the user fees. We're really working on improving the services within the recreation department and really offering a wider variety of opportunities for our residents. So in order to do that, we will be adjusting the user fees. That'll come forward as part of the fees and charges bylaw later this year. And then you'll also see the $5,000 increase for a shed for Rooted in Ramara. that sits under this budget.
Okay, questions? Counselor Goff.
Sort of circling back there, Brittany. Usually in the past, any of the new playgrounds and that we've put in have come through Trillium funding. Are we not still doing that? We've put a portion of the budget and money aside for new playground.
Yeah, so this is just a different grant. So this is the CSRIF grant. So it's a 50% funded grant. So we have to put the $300,000 in the grant, and then we get the $150,000 grant. So this grant funding, when they applied for this was previous to me, that was a piece of what they were applying it for, was for that playground.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the grant applications? So the recreation budget and there's the grant on the next page. Yeah. So we are now trails budget. I'm not sure which staff members affiliated with trails. Oh, there we are, Laura, General Manager Pai, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the trails budget, we've made no changes to that this year. I know that there's been a great investment and a very engaged committee that's been working very hard on the trails. We're going to take the year to really focus on making sure that we're maintaining the trails that we've developed and looking forward to that vision of where those trails can take us and set that plan out as we go forward and start developing our 10-year capital plans. So at this point, the budget is the same as previous asks.
I think we had a discussion on that as well, of more staff time involved in the maintenance, because right now it's all volunteers and really not how a trail should run. Or what's your comments on that, Laura?
Through you, that is correct. If this is, it is something that we're understanding that the service level needs to increase there, and this will help us adjust that and figure out what those maintenance requirements should be and what that should look like.
Yeah. Two hands, Councillor Goff, then Councillor Bell.
When is, I know last year it was determined that they were, they'd overspent. When do we get that? Will that be all come back this year, or?
I'm looking at Mano here for that answer. That's, I think, a treasury.
Yes, through you, Mayor. So originally we were planning on keeping the same funding, but doing less project to get back with a zero deficit on 5 years. However, every year we take the actuals number. And so it's with the 2026 budget, we are investing more into reserve to try to get out of this deficit situation. So 2026 is the second year that we do that. So the 5-year could actually be 4 years. So we would have 2 more years, depending on what happened during the year. Of course, it's estimates at this time, but that's the goal.
Supplementary? Yep, good. All right, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. My comment, I think it's just more of a comment than anything, but first of all, I would say the Trails Committee has done an amazing job over the years to be able to bring volunteers together and grow the trail system and maintain it the way that they have. But I agree, it does need more direction. And I think some of that direction needs to happen at Simcoe County. So we've got a Simcoe County trail loop, and we have pieces of the trail that we need to connect here so that we can improve access and cross access through the township as well. When you start talking about multi-use trail for snowmobiling or cross-country skiing or whatever people are doing. So I know it's a year of holding, but I guess my thing would be, is part of that holding also reaching out to county and starting to develop a plan for how county is going to integrate to help us move forward with our trail system and alleviate some of that pressure off of a group of volunteers. So I just don't know exactly, when you say sitting status quo, I hope we're doing more than that. But I don't know what your resources are to be able to apply toward that. But I think it's important that we start building a plan with county to make the trails happen. It's a long time languishing that we haven't been able to move forward.
Laura.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that's a great point. And we do work quite closely with Simcoe County. They do provide some of the grants that allow us to do some of the work that we do on the trails as well. Simcoe County does have their transportation master plan, which includes the active component of that. So bike lanes and the trail network. And we are in contact with the county frequently for various pieces of infrastructure and coordinating that. So when I said it's status quo, I was talking about the budget asks. It means that in this next year, we're going to allocate those staff resources to help us get that vision, including bringing the county to the table and having those conversations about what's realistic in both of our futures to figure out if it is a Ramara priority, then it might need to be a budget ask here. But if it's something that we can coordinate with the county, then we'll do so and do that and work with them for those.
There's no other comments on the trails and or on our health and safety budget. I believe that's you. No, that would be Brittany, I
Yep,
think.
that's me again. Okay, so there's just a few highlights on this page as well. So the first one is the Health and Safety Excellence Program rebate. So as identified earlier by Minot, we had the contractor piece in the budget last year for a health and safety contractor to come in and help assist with our health and safety program. When we went through that process, we identified a person who was able to come help us. However, she has been retained by the municipality basically as an employee. So with her being here, we are able to go through the Health and Safety Excellence Program, and now we're able to receive this rebate. So we'll be receiving that rebate in 2025, and then also we can reapply again in 2026 and get the same rebate in 2026. So that's also where you see the $30,000 increase to salaries and wages, is just moving it over from contracted services to salaries and wages. And then there's about $5,200 ask for contracted services for health and safety data sheet risk assist program. This was identified again through this contractor / employee who we've hired as a need for the municipality in order to make sure that we're in compliance with what we need to do in terms of health and safety data sheets throughout the municipality, making sure that our staff are able to access those wherever they are within the organization. And that is it.
Questions on the health and safety budget? Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So just for clarity, this role, the 16.5K, 25 and 26, but then it sounds like that's an employee who's staying beyond 26. So I just want to be clear. Is that the case?
So it's the 30,000 actually for the wages and salaries, and then the 16.5 is the rebate that we receive back. So that'll be in 2025 and 2026, and then consideration will be made again in 2027 if we decide that there is still a need for that type of work to be done.
So you're not creating a full-time position. That's what I'm wanting to just confirm so that people understand.
Sorry.
That's all. I
Yes,
just want to make sure.
correct.
Thank you.
No full-time position.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions on the health and safety? Not seeing any. Are on to our bylaw, General Manager Stong. I guess
Thank you, Your Worship.
I guess it's still chief. Which do you prefer, General Manager or Chief?
Just don't call me late for dinner. I'm good with anything, Your Worship. Going through the 2026 bylaw budget highlights, no significant changes there. I guess if there is a significant change, I did have our mechanical team revisit the fleet for budget just to, sorry, thought you were putting your hand up. My mic's on. I had them revisit the fleet just to see about longevity, and we're able to push one of those vehicles off at least a year, if not possibly more. So 40,000 pulled out of the budget there. Other than that, there are no other asks, just keeping up with the current requirements in order to keep that division running.
Right, and the 40,000 pulled out, we have a capital working reserve fund for the maintenance. Like it said, you don't pull the 40 this year, but some of it will still be in the reserve, correct? For that vehicle, or are they one-offs on the pickups?
No, so the 40,000 is the difference between 2025 capital projects and this year.
Right.
This year, there's no requirement for a vehicle, so that's why the capital projects are going down.
Right. Councillor Bell.
It's just, I think it's just a typo, but I just want to clarify it because it might be confusing for people who are reading. Under the computer replacement program, it says 5 laptops, $10,000, but then under the description, scope and purpose, it says the purpose of this project is to replace 10 laptops. So I think that maybe there's just a typographical error there. So I think it's really 5. Yeah, okay. Just when people are reading it. Thank you, just for clarity.
Clear that up. Any other questions for bylaw? Okay. Did we want to talk to jobs now before we get into the designated ratepayers, or what's the feeling of council? Or do you want to finish the entire budget maybe, and then we'd go for everything? So why don't we just carry on? We'll move right into water.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this year, the highlights are shown for you. The overall, the spending in the water side has decreased a little bit. And we are going to be applying the OSIF funding that we have to help maintain the infrastructure. One of the key increases in costs here was the aqua contract renewal that came to council previously to this year. And the other big change was that the salaries and wages were adjusted as the water and wastewater systems were not actually accounting for township staff time and council's time accordingly. So that has been another one of the big shifts in this year's budget for the water and for wastewater. And I'm happy to answer any specific questions.
On the overview? Yeah. So we'll go right to page 117 then. Just a summary. Seeing any there. So capital projects 118. Not seeing any. That takes us out of water then. And here, everybody get a page. So your wastewater, which is page 130, that's you again, Laura.
Thank you. Again, the wastewater, it does have some big shifts in the capital and in the operating side this year, primarily due to the single large capital project in which we are looking to install the tile beds as part of the system. We are also, because of the financial situation of the reserves, we will be borrowing these funds. So the increase in the $1 million in the operating is primarily due to debt repayment for the several loans that we've had to accrue based on the requirements for the wastewater systems. Again, the aqua contract has changed the cost. We did see a reduction in hauling. We have a budget line item for that for this for 2026 as well, in anticipation if it's required. However, we did get some competitive bids this year, so we were able to reduce that line from $1.5 million down to $1 million. And again, happy to answer any questions.
So that would be page 131. Not seeing any, so then the water rates. All right, we'll forward ahead to. Got a lot of capital pages we got to go through here, sorry. OPP Detachment Board, so we're on to our local committees now. We start with these ones. They did offer to do a deputation, but then I thought, well, we've got a counselor here that's on the board, so I didn't see the need for the deputation. So we will start it off. Mano, I see you looking at me.
Sure. There's a big change if we look at the actual budget sheet. Because starting 2026, we will no longer provide administration support. However, the contribution, so the cost to the township is remaining the same. So our cost is $23,900, which is the same as 2025.
Gail.
Through you, your worship, if I can just draw to council's attention that there was a request from the detachment board for council's consideration to support an additional stipend for the chair and the vice chair, and perhaps, I'm not sure if Councillor Snatch can speak to it any further. You did not include that in your proposed mayor's budget. It is an outstanding request that we will respond back to. At this point, I believe that none of the partners have supported that additional stipend, but I just wanted to draw council's attention to that request that we will have to respond to.
Right, and this was also one where we were offering clerk service at one point, I think, to this committee, but we withdrawn that halfway through the year because we just didn't have the complement to do it anymore. At the end of this year, sorry.
Correct.
And then we withdrawn because everybody saw in the CIP them making a request. I didn't bring it to council because we did it. We're withdrawing from that position, so. So any questions on, did you want, yeah, same thing. You didn't, yeah, nobody's approved that per diem. So if nothing, so community policing budget. No major change in that one. Deputy Mayor.
Through the chair. Mano, is there any way, and that letter, is it give us any indication of what the max are going to start capping up small municipalities? Did they give you any discussion? Have we had a discussion with them about that?
On
For-
actual
for
policing,
OPP?
this is.
On
community-
actual policing. Oh, this is community policing. I apologize.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, this is,
Oh, hold on.
but well, I'll allow the question because the policing we did under the administration,
Yeah.
or is it a separate budget? Is I think,
No.
no, it's under our actual administration. So go ahead on the policing one.
The question was about the capping, if I
Yes.
had
Yeah.
discussion with other municipalities. No, the discussion that I had was what other treasurer are estimated as an increase. And most of us were using 6%. So that's the only indication that I got so far.
Okay, because I almost think that, how much did we put back in reserves? Do we put the entire 185 from last year's budget back in reserves into that?
Yes, so the 185 that we were originally going to pull out of reserve has not been, it's going back into reserve. And we actually saw some savings, and those savings will go back into reserve, but not to the policing reserve, because it's just a saving for the taxpayer. So it's going in the general reserve.
Okay, because
In
I'd like to see what
2025.
it would cost to actually take 150,000 or more out of that, knowing that it's going to be capped in future years. Do we really need that safety net in reserves? Can we do that to help bring that overall percentage of tax revenues down? Like, I would like to see our tax revenue, what we're looking for is closer to the 4%. So I'm just trying to find small areas where we could utilize things like the reserves to get that down that won't be used in future years.
I would be leery of moving the money out of that policing reserve because we saw what happened last year when all of a sudden that's why we created, because it was so unstable in the early years. And that's why we always worried about it. And last year it kind of came in as a saving grace because we were able to draw from it. And then when the province came up with the money, we just put it back and it didn't affect our tax rate at all. So
I think the only thing that's changed is they're capping it.
yeah.
And now that they're capping it, they're actually going to prevent those large increases. So that's what I'm saying. I don't necessarily see that reason for that anymore.
Councillor Goff.
Was it not last year when we took the extra money that was out of the rate
Tax
stable?
stabilization? No, it came out of the policing one, did it not? We had an
I
OP,
don't believe so.
no,
could be wrong.
last year when we got the police increase, wasn't it out of the OPP reserve?
Yes,
Yes,
yes, it
yes.
was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a separate reserve we had. So whether you wanted to combine the two to one, now possibly could have a discussion. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Mine's actually on the community policing. So if we're,
That's fine. I just want to table that for future.
Yeah.
conversation. We're trying to cut down.
All right, go ahead.
thank you. So I have been reading the minutes from the OPP detachment, and I noted that within the minutes, there are a number of asks of the townships. And my understanding right now is this community policing budget is still just for the building. Right, okay.
Correct.
So, so we haven't actually put any money into community policing from other aspects. So what I read is that there were requests for town halls to happen within each of the municipalities. I know Severn's held theirs, Ramara has not. I also noted within the minutes that there was an ask of the municipalities representatives to come back to the municipalities and deliver some greater amount of information and explore some of the asks on the part of the OPP detachment board to help them better do their job within the communities. And I think that maybe there is no budget for that. We only have a budget for the building, and we don't actually have anything in the budget for doing town halls or other kinds of engagements, whether that's within our community centers or locally, or how that would work. But I think that part of the challenge we have is with very few police here in Ramara to start with, just based on how policing works in the year 2025 or 6. If we could get into the community centers and do some of that, local education on how communities can participate in protecting themselves and using the 1-800 number to report so that OPP knows where to send patrols, which costs us less money in the long run than the increase in calling police for the wrong reason. So I wonder if there's something we can be putting into the community policing budget specifically that speaks to doing some of the things that the OPP Detachment Board is coming up with to help us better protect our communities.
Certainly something that when we're looking at our community center boards, and I know staff, you're trying to, once this budget's out of the way, recommend for the next council on what actual community center boards and what other boards we require. That would certainly be a time to have a look at it, because the community policing budget, at one time we had a community policing committee. And what they actually used to do when they originally started is they did education in the schools. They're all volunteers. And they would even do videos of the children, which was confidential, given to the parents, and they would do the fingerprints and the footprints of all the children in all the schools. And that was all volunteer driven, and that record would be given to the parents. So if their child ever went missing, they had a record, a videotape, and the footprints and fingerprints to turn over to the police to help. And in DNA in later years, believe it or not. And that was not DNA to go on a website. It was just strictly records for the parents. Again, those volunteers have long since fallen off, and now we basically just use it for the police office. That's the budget. So maybe whether there's a drive for that committee to actually start getting going again, or whether it would be something under the previous one that we just had, which would be, I forget the name of it here, the Aurelia Detachment Board. And that's why the community policing faded away. The OPP contract, it's standalone, and the community policing board had no influence over it. And so when they were asked to get back to the volunteering, well, the board disbanded, because the original purpose of it was no longer the interest of the individuals on the committee.
Thank you. Well, and I guess what I'm thinking too is that we're talking about a part-time position at fire, and it's typically Chief Stong who does most of the actual man on the ground contact with the OPP. And I just wonder if there's like opportunities to look at this from a more creative standpoint, and then say, if we were to hire somebody whose role is to provide education for fire emergency rescue, maybe that person's role could also include providing kind of on the ground education on policing matters as well, and helping the integration within the communities about how better to look at, understand a community policing kind of model. So I just think when we're looking at positions, there's different things that we could benefit from having somebody whose role is to talk about training instead of trying to centralize it and put it in one small box. It could be a position that has a little bit of a broader scope and could bring some of these things to Ramara. I think that there's value in communities being able to engage with the police, and that's something that Ramara just hasn't been able to do. And I think that falls into the community policing, and it is different from the detachment board, but it is, they would be working in kind. The detachment board is making the recommendation, and then maybe this position, this individual would be able to be the person who brings those recommendations into the township. So just when we're looking at positions, I just think there's maybe we could look at it more creatively. That's all.
All right.
Tony, Your Worship, I could maybe add some clarity to that, and I absolutely agree with that. I think the position in itself inherently possesses that. In my time, I've been on the executive of the Children's Safety Village and worked with the OPP incredibly closely with that development and deployment, also with the Kiwanis Club and their fire safety house and all those things. So intrinsically, that position deals with pub ed, which is embracing our other emergency service providers. So I think there's absolutely avenues there that are already built into that. Secondly, from a funding standpoint, I'm not sure that it requires a huge investment. It's worth looking into the contract, because like a fire service, we are also mandated to provide public education, and I think it's similar for the Police Act as well. So it's just making that connection to help grow that.
Good. All right. For now. So I'll move on to the medical budget. Medical center budget, I should say. Gail?
Through you, Your Worship, this is essentially same as current year. As council is well aware, we are working with the Couchiching Health team in terms of conversations about options and opportunities for doctor care within the township. But at this point in time, the medical center's budget is essentially the same. There is a small reduction, primarily because it's just based on actuals.
Okay, Counselor Bell.
Just my only concern on this, and I think I raised this last year as well, is I'm not sure why the line item is called doctor recruitment grant, when in reality, this, there has not really been any function under good doctors to actually recruit a doctor. And I don't think that it should be called doctor recruitment grant when that's not actually what it is. So I think I did raise that last year, and I was hoping that we could, that could be more appropriately called whatever it is, but it's definitely not a recruitment grant. That's all. Yeah.
But isn't the actual organization is doctor recruitment, right? So it's a nonprofit. So I think that's why it's in that category, is it not?
I think it's based on historically, maybe that what it
Right.
was, but currently it's what we pay to good doctors.
Yeah, so I mean, I
Yeah,
got no
we-
issue changing. If council wants to change the name to Good Doctors Grant, we can, do we don't need to vote on that, do we? No, we'll just change it. Not an issue. Counselor Goff.
I know last year I fought very hard to be able to have a $20,000 grant set aside for physician recruitment. Where is there one, or where can I put?
No, I have not got one in there. And the reason this was called Doctor Recruitment Grant, because we had set that money aside for a couple of years. We didn't give it to the doctor recruitment. We kept it to ourselves. And that's the original money that we used for good doctors. It came out of the doctor recruitment grant, which got the good doctors here. And that's why we just never bothered renaming it. That's where the fund came from. And so from my perspective, the 20,000 is included in it every year.
It's really a medical center grant, because even if we didn't have good doctors there, we'd still have to pay for the building.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be 107,000.
No, it'd be a lot
only be
reduced, but I'm
yeah.
just saying it should be called the medical center grant.
But
Just to Joe's point, we did put 20,000 aside, we never spent, and it was for doctor recruitment, because we were still on the fence whether we were going to go back to the Couchiching health team to help support that or not. So I would.
We were looking at.
I'm looking at my note. Do we have the 20,000 sitting in the fund?
Yes, during the 2025 budget deliberation, there was 20,000 put aside for doctors recruitment.
So it's still there. Finish, Joe, and then I'll go to.
Where would when we're doing amendments, is there a
Right.
particular spot?
Through you, your worship, this would be probably, unless corrected by Ms. Higgins, that if you are looking to amend the mayor's budget to include $20,000 for doctor recruitment, then that would be a motion that we would put on the floor. And I'll just look to Ms. Higgins. Is that something you would want to do now or later on in the day?
I would take it now if you want to do it now, because that's
Yes.
pretty standalone. Now, we do have 20,000 sitting in a reserve right now.
Yes, we do.
So, well, no, I got Councilor Bell and then I'll.
Just before Councilor Goff puts his amendment, the only thing I was going to say is the 20,000 is in reserves, yes. And and also as well, I fought to go back to physician recruitment program last year because that was what the direction was. But as the Couchiching Ontario Health Team continues to change, and there are more changes coming, and those changes are expected early next year, is my understanding. I probably right now wouldn't support putting the 20,000 anywhere, and not because I don't want a doctor in Ramara Township. I'm desperately fighting for that to happen, and hence the reason I'm doing the volunteer work with COHT. But because those new directions are coming and because the province has committed to making certain that all municipalities have primary care, I mean, and it's sitting in the reserves anyway. So if it came down to it partway through next year and we needed to take that 20,000 out, then I would support it at that time. But I feel like it's not something that I would want to support now, just until we see how successful COHT is at actually delivering a doctor to Ramara Township. So not that I don't support you, Councillor Goff, I do. I want us to be recruiting a physician, but it's the province's job anyway. So if we're at a point where they're taking that on, I think we should let them.
Other comments on that? Councillor Goff, did you want to enter the motion or?
I would like to, whether it's $20,000 or $10,000, I think we should just have something, keep on adding to that. Because it may be that we have to do a whole lot of repairs to one of the buildings or maybe have a doctor come here. And I think it's better to have that money set aside than come the middle of next year and go, oh my God, we need to come up with whatever, 30,000.
Would you want it out of, take it out of another reserve, or are you suggesting we just add it to the budget? Like, as much as I don't want to, I like the good doctor service, but of course, the intention we've always had is to have an actual doctor in that building, in which case that would free up the $107,000. As per our contract, we'd have to expire out our contract and the money would be there. It's the way I've always looked at it, but what's your suggestion?
I'm okay with taking it out of another reserve in order to have it in the proper place in case it's needed. And I don't know what reserve for it to come out of.
You may want to table it then for now.
Yeah.
And then we get through and get looking at some of the reserves, because if we decide to do something with the policing money and move it to a different reserve, then you might want to redirect some of that as an amendment rather
Okay.
than vote on it right here. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I'm just going to go backwards a little bit because we got back to where it said Dr. Recruitment Grant and what we want to call it. A lot of our other tables just call it municipal grant. And that might give us the freedom and flexibility to use that line item, whether it be for good doctors or physician recruitment or capital upgrades or whatever. If we just call it the municipal grant, as we do in other budgets, that might.
All right, getting it on there. Yep. So table that. Well, I'll make a note of that one too, eh? Okay, sorry, just making a note for myself so I don't forget later in the meeting. Parks and Waterways, yeah, we're still good. Lunch isn't here yet, so we'll go Parks and Waterways budget. Laura.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the Lagoon City Parks and Waterway Commission, we worked with the commission to propose this budget. They're requesting a 0% levy increase. Again, this is one of the cost centers within the township that is fully supported by the Lagoon City residents. There's been some small changes. We had an additional ask for capital expenses. And again, similar to some of the other ones, we did do a salary reallocation this year to better represent how what the administration's involvement has been with the LCPW.
Okay, so page 154. Questions from council members? Councillor Bell?
Thank you. I do have questions about the salary. And this was a question that has been coming for quite some time, and it was investigated to some degree last year, but it was never put to bed, and there was no finality on the approach moving forward. All of the community centers are receiving of staff time. For example, just this year, there was a harvest festival, and there were a number of members of staff who were involved in that. And there is no direct charge to the people in Atherley for that staff time. At Udney, there was an event this year. There was no direct charge to the residents of Udney for staff time. There is one meeting a month at which there's need only be one clerk or deputy, not deputy clerk today, but whoever it is, acting as secretary. And that's no different than any other community center or community board receives that one complement of one staff member. So there should be no charge for any staff member to the Parks and Waterways Commission to go sit at that committee, just like there's no charge for a staff member to go sit at any committee of council anywhere in the township. So as far as the harvesting equipment and an operator for the machines, definitely, you're going to pay for that service, and that's fair and understandable. But there shouldn't be any charges for, there isn't even being highlights written anymore at this point, so there's no extra ask on communications. Again, using that example, the Ramara Harvest Festival, the communications department here created a flyer and shared that flyer, put out social media, wrote a news release, and there was no charge for that. So I think that the charge that we're making toward a subset of taxpayers because they have a staff member at a meeting is unfair and it's not equitable. And I think we need to take another look at what we're charging the people of Lagoon City to have the same equal staff time that every other resident in Ramara Township has. So I would like to see a full and proper breakdown of those services that are being charged to Lagoon City's levy payers in a more fulsome way than this budget shows, and in a more fulsome way than it was reported to the Parks and Waterways Commission last year. It was very, it was a few lines of type, and it didn't dig in very well. Still, I wasn't comfortable with it. And so before I would approve this, or I guess we don't approve anymore, but before I would want to make an amendment likely to this budget. And so I would like to, in the list of things that's coming back to us in the CIP, have a full breakdown of how much staff time is being spent doing what functions, so I can understand what's being charged to Lagoon City's residents, please.
So you would need to make that request to the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission for the breakdown. This is just their budget. They've agreed to this budget. We either approve or don't approve. We can recommend changes, but again, it would require their approval. So that's a request that you would need to make to the Parks and Waterways. I can very briefly say this is a designated ratepayers budget like the sewer and water users, where the Athlete Community Center Board, the UDD Board, the Longford Board are all fully funded by the township. They are township community center boards, as is the Trails Committee, which is fully funded by the taxpayers across the board on the township. These are designated ratepayers budgets, which are funded by the actual ratepayers that are part of that particular association. So,
but for example, when that document came back last year, it included bylaw. So the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission does not have any bylaws. It's not permitted to make bylaws. So anytime a bylaw enforcement officer is in Lagoon City, that officer is there working for the Township of Ramara, not the people of Lagoon City. So there were costs there that were associated.
Yeah, no, the bylaw of the Lagoon City are the ones they hire for the private beaches. That's the bylaw cost that's put over Lagoon City when they're paying for either their security or through the bylaw for the beaches, not the general parking or any of that. That would be covered under the parking by everybody. Like our parking signs are township wide and enforced township wide. The grass cutting bylaw, same thing. That's a township wide program funded through general taxpayers.
Right, but in the report that was provided to the Parks and Waterways Commission, there was an upcharge for bylaw officers coming into Lagoon City, and there should not be an upcharge for bylaw officers coming into Lagoon City.
Again,
there's a separate, please don't interrupt. There's a separate line item, there's a separate charge for the beach security.
Right.
And that is a separate contract, and that is definitely paid for by the subset of taxpayers in Lagoon City as an area charge or levy charge. But there was also a full complement of uplift on bylaw enforcement officer charges that went to the people of Lagoon City, and I don't believe that they should be. We wouldn't be charging, for example, the stop sign that is being rolled through up near Fowler, for example. We don't charge the residents in that area extra money because we send extra people up there to patrol. So there shouldn't be an extra charge on bylaw. So what I'm asking for is
there is no extra charge in bylaw.
Yes, there is. It was reported to the Parks and Waterways Commission in a document last year.
Well, then take that up with the Parks and Waterways Commission.
The Parks and Waterways Commission can't decide where council allocates bylaw budgets.
Again, that'll be a question that you can put to the Parks and Waterways. It's not on this budget. There's no bylaw line on this budget that I see. Now, if it happened in last year's budget, if it shows up in the actuals, when we do our audit, if there was something in there for bylaw, we could red flag it for Parks and Waterways Commission to have a look at their budget. Gail.
Through you, your worship. So as Ms. Pye has indicated, there was an evaluation of time that was spent by staff on specific Lagoon City Parks and Waterways functions. And so, for example, the management of the security contract. So there is a requirement to bring in security for the private beaches, et cetera. That is managed by our bylaw enforcement group. And so that cost is directly allocated to the Lagoon City Commission because it's specific to that requirement of the commission. So that would be an example where a portion of the bylaw enforcement time is allocated to the Parks and Waterways because it's a specific function for that overall commission work. But you're absolutely correct insofar that any sort of parking enforcement or clean and clear or property standards or any of those types of general municipal bylaw enforcement, that would not be allocated specifically to the Lagoon City Commission.
Correct. And it would be a question to be directed towards them if there was something on their budget you did not like. Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
So for example, Lagoon City Parks and Waterways levy was charged if a bylaw officer came when somebody was dumping waste into the lagoons, for example. So that is not, that shouldn't be charged.
I have no evidence of that here. I'm
Well, it's
looking
in
at
the report
budget
that was
on-
delivered to the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission
We're not
last
in
year.
Lagoon City
And
Parks
they
Waterways.
can't,
Councillor,
they
we're in
can't
our budget,
decide,
please. I
they
would like
can't
to deal with our
decide
budget.
who, they
Then
can't
can
decide how
pull that item
bylaw is.
at their meeting and challenge it. We're in their yearly budget. There's no line in here. We're on the yearly budget. If you have an issue with the lagoons and Park City Waterways, when they go, and they actually do go through their entire, what's the word I'm looking for, with register, and all the bills come in and they look at them. If there's something you see in the minutes, certainly get that communication to the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways.
I have
and they will
spoken with the
red flag it.
Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission, and anything that is a council-driven item, they don't get to have a decision in, and therefore they have to ask their council member to manage that for them, which is what I'm doing. So I'm asking for a
Incorrect.
proper
They don't have a
breakdown.
councillor member.
of the-
No.
Yes, I
Incorrect.
am the Ward 5
No,
councillor, as a matter of
incorrect.
fact. I am their
Incorrect,
council member.
They have-
I represent the people of Ward 5, which includes
Okay, you're
Lagoon
out of
City.
order, Councillor. I'm getting back to our budget. They have council members on their board. If they have an issue with the council members, they do. Parks and Waterways does not have a council member. They have two of them appointed to their board. So any issues they have.
No,
they
I
would
am the
bring to
council
those
member
two
for
councillor
Ward 5,
members,
including
and they
Lagoon
would
City.
bring them back to this board. Okay, so with that, I will, if there's any other questions on the Parks and Waterways 2026 budget, which is what's in front of us. I'm not seeing any. So we are now on to, if somebody gets to the page, or why don't we break for lunch then? Yeah, so 165 is the page we're on when we come back, but we will look for a motion and we'll break for lunch. Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Bell. What, half an hour?
Through you, that would be great. Your worship, returning at 1 p.m.
Yeah, and it would, if any, well, if we could write down any motions you want to bring in, just so we have a general idea for later, have an idea and the thoughts we'd like to bring in once we finish our community centers budget. Thank you.
Says mic check.
We had a little technical difficulties there before, but I think we're up and running now. I was talking to myself here apparently without the microphone. So we are back and I will get my clerk to confirm that I have all the council. They're just sitting down.
Yes, I can confirm you have quorum.
Thank you. So we are on now to the Udny Community Center Board budget. And it starts on page 167.
Yep.
I think that's under you, Brittany.
Yep, that's correct. So there are no actual changes to this budget. There's a couple of reductions, but there was no capital requests for the Udny Community Center this year. So if there's any further questions, I'll be happy to address this.
Councillor Bell.
I have had some concerns raised about the Udny Community Center, that the kitchen is not functioning and that there's no potable water. So I'm wondering why we haven't increased the budget if that's the case.
Brittany.
Yep. So the budget, we asked for the community center creates the budget and puts requests in, and we did not receive any of that information.
All right. Councillor Goff, you're on that board.
There is potable water there.
Yeah.
So the community groups don't use the water because they say it's not potable. So I'm just a
It
bit
is potable.
confused,
It is
so.
municipal and it's monitored. And what happens is that over the time period of a week between, there is some discoloration. All they have to do is run the water. It is potable. There is an issue that we noticed last community center board meeting where there is a soft spot in the floor. So there may be some capital expenses that will be coming forward depending on what kind of repairs need to be made, but we don't know as of yet.
So I guess the concern as well was that they couldn't use the kitchen, and they brought in an outside provider of services instead of using the kitchen in the center. And I was told by people at the center that they're not using the kitchen because they can't. And one person told me it's because the hood doesn't work. I don't really know what's going on in Udny, but I guess my question or my concern probably overall is if I'm hearing stories about they're not using the water, and I did raise this actually over a year ago, a concern about the water. So I guess what I am wondering is, and I know there was a facilities tour done last summer, and anyway, there was a facilities tour done last summer, but it sounds to me like maybe somebody needs to be checking that facility to find out what is functioning correctly and what is not functioning.
All right, I'll go to Laura first. All our public areas have potable water, correct? Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. And we do have the Ontario Clean Water Agency does monitor that for us. It is a regulated system and we do comply with the requirements from the health unit for the water system. In regards to the building, one of the capital projects that we have this year is the building condition assessments. This is because we really understand that we need to go in to all of the facilities, and there's about 30 township owned facilities, and do a full proper assessment by an outside consultant in the Uniformat 2 format to come in and tell us what those buildings are at so that we can put that 10-year capital plan together to make sure that we're making the necessary repairs, and we can prioritize that based on those needs. So that is a request for 2026 that will capture the Udny Community Center and the other community centers.
Right. It was under, was it your budget or the administration budget? I think it was under yours.
I believe it's under infrastructure, yes.
Yes. Yeah. I got Councillor Fisher's been waiting.
Thank you. Regularly, the health unit comes in and because they are the authority to determine whether or not that kitchen is a certified kitchen, and it is. The oven cannot be used because the hood does need a replacement, and it's about $125,000. So they haven't asked for that. They're hoping that there's a grant opportunity in the future at some point to have that happen. But the kitchen certainly is able to be used. We just had the electrical panel upgraded and more sockets, like plug sockets like added so that it can also be used. The water is potable. It's like Laura had said, it is tested regularly. The issue with the odor is it's on a vein of iron. So sometimes you'll get a sulfur smell. And when we're not running the water on a daily, because we're not in that building on a daily, sometimes when it sits there, those gases build up from an off gas, and the iron off gassing and creates that sulfur smell. But once the water's run, there was a brief period, I think, where there was some discoloration. It might have been before you were here, but it was identified and addressed within the same week that it was identified, it was addressed.
All right, Deputy Mayor.
I was just going to ask through you, Your Worship, General Manager Pai, are these assessments, we're also going to look at accessibility as well, I assume, in this?
Through you, the accessibility review was done by a consultant a couple of years ago. We do have some recommendations, and we do have the joint accessibility committee that we are partake in. So what we would do is, this is going to be about the physical envelope of it, and we can ask for those notations to be made. If we want to look at that accessibility, we would either run it through the committee or hire somebody specifically to look at that. This is just the building envelope itself.
Okay, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. And that was kind of why I raised all of this concern, was so that this would be talked about in a public way, because what's happening right now is it's gossip, right? So it's third-party information that's traveling around. So the facilities tour is going to be important so that people across the township can see the state of the facilities. But between now and then, I think if we had better communication that goes out, I know that Aqua does testing, and I know that when we talk about testing, it isn't just at the facilities, the treatment facilities themselves. It also means that they're out testing our facilities. I don't know that the general public necessarily understands that, and that could be where some of this gossipy type thing is coming from. But the last thing we want is people to think that the facility isn't safe for public use, or the kitchen isn't safe for public use, which is precisely why I raised the conversation. So I guess what I'm hoping for is, it's not just about there should be more happening with our community centers than we hand the grant and then we don't talk about it till next year when we get to this point and we hand the grant over. So because then it looks here like we need to do work, and we're not talking to the fact that we know that we need to do work. So there's like a disconnect, right? So that's exactly why I raised this. So it's just now there as a flag that maybe we can do some better communication around how we manage the community centers, and how we update the public about the state of the community centers. That's all.
The only thing I'll say is that community centers are managed by the volunteers. We own them, but they're the volunteers that run them. So anything else on the Udny Community Center board? I'm not seeing any. We have Longford, and I know they had a big ask, but because we are going to get the consultant and look at all the buildings, I kind of tabled their request as well. However, there is one large one in there if you want to talk on, Brittany.
Yep. So like the mayor said, there was a significant ask in terms of capital project in order to kind of bring that building up to a different standard. However, with the budget item for the building maintenance, or sorry, the building evaluations being done in 2026, the hope is we wanted to kind of put that on hold for a second. So we've put the money into reserves for 2026. There is money in the budget for the parking lot improvement, and I might get Laura to speak further to that if there's any further questions on that. And then just some increase in the contracted services just to reflect what's actually happening.
Go ahead, Laura, just on the parking lot. I know it's an accessibility issue, I believe.
Through you, yes, and it's been several years that we've done maintenance. It is a gravel parking lot. The community center is on a hill and a slope, and we will not be addressing that in this capital project. At this point, we're just going to bring in some additional gravel and grade the parking lot to refresh it and bring it back to a new standard there.
Any other questions on Longford? Not seeing any, so I will. Athlete Community Center Board. Brittany.
Yep. And in this budget, and again, not a lot of changes here, just kind of some changes to reflect what's actually happening in terms of costs. There was some capital projects requested, but through discussions with the mayor, they have been since removed.
Yeah. Questions from the board members? Not seeing any. the donor's plaque is still on there. Yes, go ahead, Dana. Counselor to you.
Thanks. I guess that because it was just the volleyball court that we had on there. And I mean, I know why, but I'm sure the members would like to know why.
Yeah, it was, I think a $70,000. And at this time, no, we just couldn't get there. But I think we'd like to see like the pickleball courts there now. And it's something we certainly have to keep an eye on. But as part of looking at all our facilities, we're also looking at our parks as well. So we wanted to have a comprehensive review of the entire township and what should be installed where, and understanding got a great group of volunteers there that are really gung ho and always after grant money. And I didn't want to discourage them. I want to put pause on everything until we look at all the facilities we own and then start kind of a plan moving forward. Deputy Mayor.
Community interest, I think on the athlete board, it could be perceived there's an increase in contract service for related portable toilets. My company does that service. So I'd just like to recuse myself.
All right. All right. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. The only, I guess, to kind of sum up that where I've been going with this, we've also talked about how the boards and committees are run. So I don't see any kind of allocation for work to be done to actually look at how are we managing these boards and committees? Because I know for me it's confusing, and I know for many residents who've asked me questions, it's very confusing. They don't understand how the township can own a facility, but a volunteer board can determine how the township's money is spent. And there could be residents that don't agree with maybe I think the parking lot at Longford needs done. I advocated for it last year, so I don't have a problem with it being done. But there may be some residents who wonder why we're spending taxpayer dollars on that parking lot, but not that parking lot and that sort of thing. Because there's no clarity on how the boards operate, and there's no clarity on the lines between, and then in some cases they have their personal bank accounts as well as township grants coming in. And so I don't see anything in here where we're budgeting for how are we going to understand what we're doing and how we're managing these community centers. So yeah, that's for sure for the CAO. Thank you.
Go ahead, Gail.
Thank you. And through you, your worship, I would absolutely agree. And I think I've shared with members of council that sort of a phase 2, if you will, of governance will include a full assessment of all of our boards, committees, commission, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, I just had this conversation yesterday with our acting clerk, at which point I asked her to do a CIP to council so that council was aware of the overall specifics of the project, the timing of the project, and when we would hope to see some recommended changes. Mr. Mayor, we would believe, based on sort of some of the challenges that we've had with some staffing, that this work would be done during 2026 with an implementation for 2027 for the new group or old group, whoever is successful in the election. So those changes for our boards and committees, et cetera, would essentially start in 2027. But you will see a CIP very shortly that explains that overall project.
And I am concerned when we send this around to look at our buildings, because a lot of them have been left a long time with little or no maintenance. And I think it's when it comes back next year with the results, including our community centers, some of them need a lot of work, and then that's going to be a lot of money. So the new council will have their work cut out for them. Councillor Snutch.
So this is more on the 80,000 that we want to spend on the consultants. We did this 3 or 4 years ago. I was against it then, but we spent $30,000 on this report, and it never went anywhere. And I'm just wondering if we should reduce the scope of what they're going to do with the 80,000 divided up amongst 30 buildings, and whether we should just focus it on a couple, because they're going to come back with millions of dollars of investment, and we're not going to be able to do most of it. If anything, it could result in the closure of some of these. But I think it's also very, very expensive, $80,000. I mean, I can tell you it's off at the back of this building right now. But I don't think we need someone to go around and figure that out. I mean, what are they looking for? I mean, I think a couple of us could do it. Go around to the buildings and figure out what has to be assessed, and then hire, if we think there's a problem with the structure, then we maybe hire a consultant to just look at the structure. But I just don't, and nobody here from staff, I think, has even read the old consultants report, which we didn't think was even worthy of talking about at the time.
Yeah, it was well done. General Manager, go ahead, Laura.
Yes, so the biggest thing that we, I can understand that it is expensive. We did look at, the township owns 30 buildings. We do know that their various ages and various states of maintenance have been applied over the years. And so a couple of things. One, the consultants, and specifically for the scope of this work, we'd be asking for the uniform format 2 methodology to be used. What that means is within the facilities world, this is a standardized way of looking at those facilities. So we can hand that report from someone else and it would be mimicking somebody else who's done it in that format. I think the report that you're talking about did review the accessibility of several of the buildings and not the condition assessment, to my knowledge.
Not that I believe it was on, well, it's very easy. We shouldn't even guess. We just get the report and have it read at it, but that's not my understanding.
Okay, and we can look into that further. That being said, I do know for the asset management component, we do have an obligation to inspect and determine the condition of our assets under the asset management plan. Historically, the last few building condition assessments that have been done internally by staff. And you are correct. We can easily see those items like the eaves trough, which I can tell you is being addressed. We had some quotes done for that work. We can identify those, but we're not experts in all of those fields. And we want to make sure that we are getting the best information that we can. And I completely agree that going forward, this has the potential to be very expensive, but we'll actually have it outlined by the professionals with some cost estimates so that we can prioritize and determine where we go with this. Ultimately, if we're doing that to the best of our abilities as in-house staff, the risk to the liability of something happening is going to be there. Having the consultants do this work for us is going to help us inform that so that we don't have something happen in the future. An emergency repair is always going to cost us more than a planned venture. So that I really do encourage. I do know that Aqua has done some condition assessments of the water and wastewater facilities. There is an opportunity. This is the upset limit of the budget that we're looking at. We don't want to duplicate effort. So we can definitely take a look at any previous reports that were done and we would remove those from that condition assessment going forward.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of stuff that will come up that we know we need to spend money. Is there any way that we could postpone this to next year, the 80,000, because it's a lot of money? And when we know we don't have the money to do whatever the report comes back and tells us needs to be done.
Through you, I would strongly encourage, because this is going to inform our plan going forward. And if we keep deferring that plan so that we're making assessments and judgments based on not having that entire picture, that's going to definitely cause us some problems in the future. When we get the report, it doesn't mean that we're going to have to do everything all at once, but we are going to have that plan laid out for us so that we can figure out in a meaningful way which way we go forward.
And I see in here, if I added up all the building improvements, it's probably about $500,000. We're going to go ahead with those projects according to this budget, but maybe this report's going to come back and say they shouldn't be the priorities. Like maybe if we want to go ahead with the consultant's report, we should stop working on these buildings until we figure out what is the most important thing for us to work on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is a very valid point, and we did take that into consideration as we brought these reports forward and these recommendations for those projects. These projects are the ones that we feel that the building is likely in a fit state of repair or enough that we can do this work. We still have to have business continuity. We can't just stop cold and close everything until we can have that report done. So we do need to still maintain the facilities so that we can continue our operations as we go forward.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I think one of my questions would be, what is the industry standard for doing these kinds of facilities tours? Because it sounds like we haven't done a fulsome external report for quite some time. That's my first question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the industry standard is Uniformat 2. That's the standard that these facility inspections are done. And with the asset management plan regulation that's come in, our core assets need to be identified first. Facilities are non-core assets unless they're related to those core assets specifically. So because of the requirements of the act, it'll be on a 5-year basis going forward that we'll need to do this.
Thank you. I knew it was 5 years, but it's me saying it is not the same as you explaining it. So I appreciate that. And I think the other piece that I would say to that is if we're going to do the work to find out what we're doing with boards and committees, then we can't really do one without the other anyway, because I'm hopeful that we don't see that we have to close facilities, but if the reality is that we do, and then this next incoming council is going to have all the work to do with boards and committees, they'll need to know what to do with the buildings too. So it makes sense to me to do both things at the same time, or you only have half the story.
No, and no, I think we have to keep the 80,000 in there. I look at like the community centers ran quite nicely back in the year when the dancers were selling out and the world was at a normal pace. But when you arrange hood, $125,000 for a catering kitchen, like all of a sudden these costs have gone so out of control that regular maintenance and adjustments may have been able to prolong the life of some of this. Now I think that range hood's so old you can't even get a motor for it. Like that's the trouble. But when you look at the community centers, yeah, they need some work. And when you look at some of, not even this building has a bit of floss, but this building's how old now? 2011. Yeah. So it's 14, 15 years old. We got buildings that are, 40 years old. So we really need to take a look at them and a wholesome look at them and then formulate a plan forward. Laura.
Just one other comment too, is that having the building condition assessments also moves us forward to shovel-ready projects for grant preparation as well. So having this document, third party, as opposed to internal staff review. And again, we can't have those shovel-ready projects if we're just going to be reactive and responding to emergencies all the time. So that will also help us to apply for grants as we go forward too.
Okay. Any questions on the community centers? So the Wall of Fame, no change in the budget there. Any questions on it? Yes.
Just a question, actually. On the Wall of Fame budget at the $800, is that enough to do the reception? Or because I think this is just the same 800. And then this year we were saying we would do an offsite celebration. So I just wonder if the 800 is enough, or did it need to go up a little bit to accommodate that?
Cool.
Through you, Mr. Chair, given that the rec center is free for us to use, we see the budget being sufficient to cover all the costs that we've incurred.
Okay. We're good on the Wall of Fame and now the library budget. And at least I should apologize if I haven't done a budget in almost 20 years, or I should have brought you up sooner because you're kind of sitting here patiently. But I've got your budget. Okay. Go ahead and give us some highlights and then we'll roll into it.
Absolutely. Last but not least, merely there, the library costs. So as you would see that some of our lines may have changed and differed, and substantially, you're going to see a difference because you have a change in leadership. But I'd like to highlight our budget only increased by $5,000. Just an overview of what we're looking at. We're going into strategic planning. We've got some policies coming in place for training and mileage that we're anticipating for the budget, as well as improving accessibility. Our library, the Ramara Center, turns 25 next year, so we have some costs allocated to improve the beautification, shall I say, for lack of words. Do you want to just go through questions there, Mayor?
We'll go to page 181 and any got the highlights. I'm just looking to see if there's any questions for Chief Librarian. CAO, I apologize.
Through your worship, I just had one question. Maybe we've talked about this. Maybe I missed the meeting that it was at. Do we know the numbers we're starting to see from the Brecken? How much of an uptake we're getting from having it here?
Absolutely. I brought that here. So for this year, up until the end of September, we've had 437 patron visits. And a reminder, we're open 2 days a week for limited hours. So that is quite good for the small space that we have, being unable to program. We circulate about 350 items this year, and we have 28 new members. We still have quite a substantial number of people that come and use our Wi-Fi as well, with 182. We only had 61 program attendees, with only able to do 29, but they are for families. So sometimes you'll see that we have the after school and some drop-in programs for kids on Saturdays.
Amazing. Thank you. Great job.
Okay. Any other questions? Not CNA. Thank you for patiently sticking around.
I think your second budget won't be this easy. I promise.
And the capital projects is 182. No, any questions? Computer equipment, standard stuff, some shelving. Okay. Thank you. So
Thank you.
that brings us to the end. So now we did have, well, I think we want to at least take a look at the hires now. I think there was quite a debate. I've got a few things here. Yeah, the new hires, and there was a priority list. And if we can get that on the screen, save me digging for it in here. And then, what else did I have? Yeah, the doctor recruitment. Maybe you'll have some motions coming in, and then we'll, yeah.
Through your worship, just so we understand what we're looking for, as indicated earlier on today, the submissions from staff for consideration for additional staff certainly went through a very significant vetting process. And so what we did do as an SLT group is we ranked the positions in terms of importance. So if council were to consider cuts, then we would hope that council would seek that direction or that discussion with SLT. Are you looking for us to put on the screen the ranking of those
Yes, yeah.
positions?
And then council can kind of see where they.
I'll just send that over to the acting clerk.
Well,
Your worship.
the reason they did the ranking, because we know the talents that we have in-house. So you look at one position and think, yeah, it's not that position important, we get rid of it, but there's nobody in-house that could do that. That would rank that one higher. And, you know, another position, though it seems more important to the council members, we may be able to cover off with other staff members. That's kind of why the ranking was there.
So if I can, your worship, just while the acting clerk is going to put that up. Each of the positions, as I've said, has been vetted by SLT, and they're not wishes. They're actually positions that we believe very strongly are required. So what you'll see on the screen just very shortly is 1 through 6. And if council felt a need to cut, then the SLT group would recommend to council that you start, unfortunately, with the students. And I, like you, Mr. Mayor, I'm a huge supporter of students in municipal government. I actually started as a student, and you know what? It introduces young people into the municipal environment. But when all is said and done, as an SLT group, the other positions take much further priority. So we would start by saying to you that the students would be the first thing that we would recommend, recognizing again that there's a big bang for your buck when you're hiring students.
Do we still get some funding for the students? I know I asked. It's very little now.
I think we might get $1,000 here and there.
Yeah, you know, it used to be better, but they've kind of pulled away from that.
Yeah. Then the next position, Mr. Mayor, would be the council GM assistant position, followed by the financial assistant, followed by the fire prevention training officer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you gotta,
The second patrollers, first IT. So your SLT group is saying to you that number one priority is the IT. Number two priority patrollers. Number three is the fire prevention. Number four is your financial analyst. Number five is council GM assistant, and number 6 is students.
Brittany, did you have a comment or your?
No, I wasn't going to, but I would like to add, and I mentioned this when we met with the mayor, and Gail's mentioned it several times today. We are a very lean organization, and these positions we thought long and hard about, and we've put a lot of time and effort into coming up with this list because it's really hard to decide which ones we don't need. And I think our organization and our staff work very, very, very hard to put out the work that we do every single day, and the need is there. The staff are struggling. We're struggling as an organization to keep up with everything that we need to do in a day, and it seems the demands just keep getting more and more. So I think I understand this is a big ask and there's a lot on the table, but just know that we didn't come to this easily. And these are needed within the organization.
Deputy Mayor.
Through the chair, is there any way that we can combine the election coordinator for next year with the position, the council GM assistant, and that role carries on beyond next year?
I think you're into a qualification issue there, but go ahead, Gail.
But through you, if I can, Your Worship, I was just going to acknowledge the fact that you don't see the election coordinator up there. And it's primarily because it is a contract position funded essentially by the reserves. So Minot can speak to that if, for example, council were to decide to remove that position, the impact that would have on your bottom line. And so to the deputy mayor's point, the election coordinator position would be specific to providing the resources to run the election. So we have not hired our GM yet, and we continue to recruit for that position. Is it possible that that election coordinator could then transition into the EA for the GM and EA for council? Yes, it is possible. That could occur. The issue though is once we get our GM on board, they'll probably be knocking on the doorstep for that EA assistance. So we would have to certainly deal with that. We don't have any extra resources right now that we could certainly offer up to provide that service. It is a new service to council. And so that aspect of it could wait to transition into the new council term in 2027.
See, we debated that position. Again, we're trying to fill the general manager's position, but yeah, you can guarantee a day after they start, they're going to say, okay, well, where's my assistant, right? So whether it's approved and we don't hire until closer to that time, I don't know. What's your opinion on that, Gail? I included it in the budget because I thought we could have that position filled and up and running, ready to go. But go ahead.
Well, the other aspect of that certainly is that, I mean, full disclosure, Mr. Mayor, we're having a little bit of challenge recruiting. I'll just put that out there. We've had a position that council very kindly authorized as part of the reorganization, which was the procurement and taxation sort of specialist. And we're just not getting the resumes that we need in order to get the sort of the right people. So when we actually are successful with hiring, that could be January, that could be June. I really don't know. I do know that there is a significant amount of work, whether it be policy work, whether it be updating our records management, like there's an endless sort of list of things that are currently on the whiteboard that need to be done. It's just finding the time and the resources to do that. So I will say to you that if there needs to be a sacrifice, then as I've suggested to you, the SLT group is start with the students, and then the next position would be the council EA. But that would not be a preference from your SLT group and not a recommendation from your SLT group in terms of reducing any of the requests.
But even, I got lots of hands, but even the students, as you said, Tony, we had a retired fire chief that was doing all that work, updating the phone, now all something you would use a student to do, and he was volunteering his time, but that, that ship has sailed, I guess is what I say. Joe's had his hand up for a while, and I think Councilor Bell and Councilor Fisher.
We have a couple staff members that are off on maternity leave that I believe are due back sometime in the new year, the first quarter, I believe. Can they help alleviate any of this?
Through your worship, I wish it was first quarter. So our clerks crew that are off on mat leave are much later in the year. Our deputy treasurer is at the beginning of the summer, essentially, is when she will return. So those positions are currently, except for the deputy treasurer, are currently filled. by some pretty wonderful people that are doing great jobs. So the return of those folks from mat leave at this stage wouldn't provide any just because of the overall timing. And if I can just through
The
you.
financial analysis was something over and above having a deputy treasurer. It's something we're lacking in that.
That's correct. And you heard very clearly from your treasurer that, and what's very problematic in an organization of this size is the fact that we are not able to cross-train. If we have a resource out, holy smokes, it's very impactful because we haven't had the ability to do the cross-training. And if I can just through you, Your Worship, as you are sort of facilitating this overall discussion, I guess I would just ask Council really, where are you wanting to go and what are you hoping to accomplish? Because if it is reducing the levy, then certainly we would have to share with you the value of that. Meaning, for example, and I'll look to the treasurer, if we remove the students, I think we're give or take just shy of $60,000 reduction. But if you bear with me just for a moment while Minot has a quick look.
And I believe we've even gone as far as now we have some university students volunteering here through some of their accredited programs to do some work for us as well. So we've engaged the youth in a much bigger way now.
Yeah, and excellent point, just while Minot is looking that up, Your Worship, is that we've just partnered with York University, where we have 8 students that will be working with us on some pretty awesome policy development. So you're going to see those students because I'm going to be inviting them to come appear before you so that they can have that experience to help us with two policies, one real estate and one accountability and transparency. So really excited about those students coming on board to help us for that policy work. That's just for one fund, like that work is just for those particular policies. So,
So the cost of the students that are additional staffing request is 54,000.
Because they don't get the same benefit package as the rest of the employees.
Correct.
Now I had Councillor Bell, I think, and then Councillor Fisher, and then Snudge.
I guess I was looking at the list, but it's okay. I think I know anyway. The first thing I would say is I agree with IT being number one, but I guess the point of putting IT number one is then you get all the efficiencies that you don't have right now, because the staff is doing all sorts of manual work or using programs that are out of date or whatever it is. So if you hire the IT position, then it would stand to reason that some of the other positions are no longer necessary. That's the point of automating, and that's the point of using all those things. So I agree that IT is number one, and also on the security fronts, we need to be up to date. So for both of those pieces, I agree, but then that also just makes me more committed to saying we don't need to invest so much money in hiring new positions across the board. So I would support the IT for sure. I think the winter patrollers are important because we're talking about public safety at the end of the day. And obviously people can't work all day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So I totally understand where that's coming from and why we need to do it. On the fire position, I still think that we need to have that, but I also can see where we're going right now. And we're asking an awful lot of additional money into the budget for funding new positions. So I guess I would say, can that be part-time and not full-time? And then not the second position. So you get something this year and then maybe build on it in the future. Maybe that position does become full-time later. As far as the election coordinator, it is the function of the clerk to be the chief electoral officer. So I'm still not clear on why we would venture away from other municipalities. I'm hearing you say it's because we don't have a deputy. So then on that one, I would also say part-time. So not a full-time, but a part-time employee. So cut that in half and then that'll bring that down. I actually would rather see us bring in students than bring in full-time employees. Students can come in on contract, they cost less, and they get to learn. So it's a win for everybody. And we're not creating positions that we then have to continue to maintain. So that's kind of where I sit on all of that. I can turn that all into amendments, obviously, but I think everybody else wants to speak as well.
I'll go, do you want to answer something there, Gail? All right, keep going around. Okay, go ahead.
If I can just address a few of the comments through you, your worship, certainly absolutely really excited about the IT position just in terms of number one, developing, sort of strategies for the organization moving forward, how we can utilize some of the new opportunities that are out there to more efficiently run our operation and so on and so forth. So that alone is really exciting. But that will not reduce specifically the asks that you see before you today. Because when we look at the list, certainly the IT function, the parolers, ultimately that has nothing necessarily to do specifically with the IT position. The other issue is that the general manager of emergency services, fire chief, has made some really valid points insofar that he's tried to look at partnerships and opportunities with neighboring municipalities for a part-time position. And unfortunately, that is not somewhere where we're able to head. He currently has the ability for a part-time position, but has said to you very clearly, as the subject matter expert, he requires that full-time function. You have been subject to a number of financial statements that have very clearly identified an issue in terms of the reason why we need a financial analyst. That, those are real issues and real situations where albeit the councillor has identified some great opportunities with the IT, and we look forward to what and how that can allow us to be more efficient in the things that we're doing, but will not preclude the requirement from the positions that you see before you today.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. It's been a long day. I want to say, I applaud the staff for working with the mayor and presenting this budget. Out of any suggested recommendations coming forward to council, I'm just saying right now, I'm not going to support changing the recommendations from the staff in the mayor's budget to have more staff. We've heard very clearly, not just today, and only louder and more about the risk of burnout from the people that we rely on, that our residents rely on, and they're asking for help, and they're asking us to do it. They're asking the mayor to do it with his budget. And we just had Brittany speak very passionately about the need and protection of her staff who are currently here. We've just had our CAO speak very passionately about protecting the staff moving forward. And if our subject matter experts are saying we need these people, I believe we need these people. If we need to cut money somewhere else, then we cut money somewhere else. I'll give up my shed, right? Like if that's what needs to happen, that's what needs to happen. Our staff have asked for help. They've gone to the senior leadership team saying we just can't anymore. We've seen burnout, we've lost staff, and I don't want to lose any more. And our staff for a long time have been wearing too many hats. And I think in order to serve our people in our communities better, they can get a better focus from the staff rather than wearing too many hats if they have the support that they need with other positions opening up. So I'm just putting that out there. If anyone's wanting to remove staff, I'm not going to be supporting that.
Councillor Snodgrass.
When I first read through this, I saw the IT position, but I thought of it as more of a senior position than what's listed here. I thought this was somebody who would be able to lead us towards AI, have a big look, but it almost looks, and I'm reading it again, that it's not that senior of a position. And I'm just wondering, will they have the experience to be able to come in and make significant changes to how we operate? And I don't know how you're going to get someone for that price that's going to bring in that type of knowledge.
Rebecca.
So through the chair, that was something that we contemplated when putting this proposal forward. There are a few things to take into consideration. One is that we do have a contract right now with the County of Simcoe for IT services. What we lack is someone
How
on
much is that
staff.
contract? Sorry.
I would have to look to treasurer for the.
So that will be a
exact
cost
value.
savings. It's not in this
No,
report?
we would not be at this point assessing. Part of what the IT coordinator would do would be to assess our current IT services, what we need, what we lack, any opportunities, basically a SWOT analysis of our current IT state. So it would be maintaining that relationship with the county currently and being that liaison to manage that contract. We do have a number of things that need to occur on site, such as onboarding or offboarding staff. We've been here on council days and may have had some technical issues, things like that. Right now, that is being done in-house by people with other positions.
So what will they be doing now? I won't mention names, but there's somebody that do that now that I talked to. What will they be doing in their freed up time?
They would be focusing on the core aspects of their role, and I would look to the GMs to perhaps comment on that further if needed. I can speak to the other side of it, which is the process side in terms of what you mentioned about AI and automation. So part of what we put this proposal forward is that currently I do have a lot of experience in that area. What I lack is time. So this is for someone who could assist with rolling those out and would be supervised in terms of assessing what the best opportunities are for the township. One thing to keep in mind is that automation and AI are great tools, but we also have to have effective governance for them. We have to make sure they're the right solutions for what we need. It's not necessarily about replacing positions. It's about creating capacity, offering better service. In some cases, you can find cost savings. That would absolutely be a goal, but there are other benefits to it. So part of it would be assessing what are the things that we need to focus on, what's going to have the most impact to our staff and to our residents as well. So that would be the intent of what this position would be focusing on, is someone who can speak the IT language, can coordinate that contract with the county, has the knowledge to implement process improvements and work with staff on those and really be that coordinator. And then we'd also be through that assessing what needs there may be in the future. So right now we don't have that, and that's something that we feel is really important.
That's
so thank you.
Follow up.
Yeah. Question to CAO. You've ranked these, the third position is a fire prevention officer and the fourth position is the financial assistant. Can you please explain to me why you thought the fire prevention officer was more important than the financial assistant or analyst?
Yeah.
Through you, Your Worship, just to remind council that this was a sort of joint venture with all of SLT. And so I will say that it was a very robust conversation in terms of everybody putting their business cases in the middle of the table and fighting the fight. I think to be very blunt, I will say to you, Your Worship, that coming from a little bit of a larger municipality and a sort of full-time fire department. Our department here runs amazingly well with the resources that you give them. I will say that the fact that the department does not have a trainer and an inspector, to be honest, is very odd to me when I first started. I would have believed that that would have been one of the sort of key positions within the department. The prevention, inspection, and training are key components to a fire department. And they're being done, but to the extent that the fire chief has explained to you. He calls in, help from time to time from people that are very kind to provide that assistance. He himself goes over and above, as does the deputy chief. I will remind, certainly not that I need to, but we've expanded the chief's responsibilities this year. We've turned him into a general manager. And if we won't ask him how he feels about that today, but I will say to you that as we go through a wee bit of a transition in the enforcement world, that it's probably been a bit more than what he had signed up for. And so when we came down to it, it was a vote of the SLT in terms of the fire prevention full-time being one above the financial analyst. It's tough. It's really tough. We felt a need to rank because we felt that council needed to know that if you felt this need to cut what we were requesting in terms of resources, then at least we need to give you our input in terms of what we believe would be the priority positions. I've said to you, I've said to Minot that in the finance world, this year has been beyond tough. Because we don't have our deputy treasurer. Thankfully, we've managed to hire Ben to provide some financial analyst assistance, and Ben's doing a great job. Moving forward, finance is critical within this organization. I don't even need to say that. I know each and every one of you understand that. There are pieces that, certainly are concerning and have been brought forward to you via your auditors that, and I think Minot has brought forward as well. So, it's tough because if you just point blank ask me the question, which one, if you only were able to have three, which positions? Well, we've shared our ranking. But that is not what staff are hoping and what staff are asking of council. We are very seriously asking you for the consideration for all the positions that we've put forward.
Mr. Mayor, we've asked for certain reports as far as a percentage going back 3 or 4 years, whatever staff decides. Do we have to make these decisions
Nope.
today, or can we see some of these
You've
reports
got
on the percentage?
30 days is what it is, but we'll discuss that when we get to the next item, when council wants to come back.
Yeah,
on the final
'cause
day.
I-
30 days lands on a weekend, so that's not going to work out.
My personal opinion is we need to cut somewhere, but if we cut in some capital in other areas, then maybe, but it's sort of like the whole picture.
So the one thing I will say just on the last one, we had a training officer and a fire prevention officer, but then he became the chief and the training officer and the fire prevention officer. Now he's the general manager of bylaw and fire and the fire prevention officer and the training officer. And it's no. Council did look at it last year, and it's been in the budget for quite some time. And last year we did deem it necessary, but said, can you reduce it to a part-time? So we included the money for part-time in the budget. We understood the importance of it. Cannot fill the part-time, can't get it. Tried to do the shared partnership, can't do it. So we knew we needed a part-time at the very least. We can't fill that. I really think we have to go to the full-time now. We can't just keep leaving that position vacant. But Deputy Mayor.
Great. Through you, the chair. Couple of things. I guess first, working in the municipal world, I don't know if you've ever talked to some of the frontline staff about how much they've actually been contracted to work and how many hours they put in. I know I was contracted when I first took my position as a manager for Muskoka for 37 and a half hours. That's not the reality. Reality is you're putting in 60, 65 hours and it's expected. There's no choice. Nobody else covers your work. It has to be done. So I think when they reach out, because we were always told as well, before you ask for staff, it has to be like desperation. You have to be at that point where you're just don't know if you can make it through another year. And I look at the staff and I've talked to some of the staff and they're there. Like they're burning out. And I think that most of these positions are, the only thing I would say is as far as number 5, I think it was the GM assistant, that's got to wait until the GM comes in because that has to be the decision of that person more importantly than anybody else. I think we're probably 6 months away from that role being filled anyways by the sounds of it. So I think we could probably just cut half of that salary out because they got to get in here, figure out what they want. By the time they find out what they want, it's going to be June before they hire somebody, even if we hired somebody in June, July, or December. January. So that's my only thoughts on that. But I do think they're justified. I do see how lean we are compared to other organizations. And I do support this.
Yeah. Well, I do know in that one position, you have enough work for them right now just to play catch up. And then with the hopes of filling that general manager position, well, we wanted to fill it 3 months ago, but yeah, we keep, I know you have a high standard when you're hiring, Gail, and I appreciate that. So it's something that we're not going to settle for any of these positions. We cannot get into that habit where, well, we couldn't fill it, so this was third best. No, we want the right people or we don't do the hire now because it's more costly to get rid of somebody that hasn't worked out or the damage they can do when you don't have the right fit. So go ahead.
Can we expand a little bit on the deputy mayors? Is it possible for us to do the budget saying that these positions will be phased in over the year? Because that's probably what reality is going to be to get some of these, to reduce some of these expenses.
We're in, I don't know what month it is. We're in October, and you would be posting these for January, would you not? Yeah.
Through you, worship, absolutely. The intent would be to start the advertising process in January. To the deputy mayor's point, quite right, that the general manager, once that general manager is on board, he or she would be very much part of that process. I wouldn't most likely go ahead with a decision on that particular position until we filled the general manager's position. And I guess a couple of points at council, because I've sort of lived through different ways of doing this. I've lived through a process where staff were pretty creative with council, and they'd say, I need a new resource, and council would give a green light to that resource because they'd say, well, I won't hire that person until September. Therefore, the impact is X. Recognizing, no, let's look at the full year impact. So we could certainly say that, you know what, let's give a green light to these positions and the cost is X, and we won't hire them until September. So therefore that cost looks a lot less than what it actually is. So,
But it is a savings and it will reduce our tax levies.
it will reduce your request for the following, for that sort of current year, but your next year, you're going to catch up on it. Yeah. So, I mean, it is possible. And it is, I, from my perspective, because I've lived both ways of doing it, it feels far more transparent to ask for the position, budget for the position for the full year. If you do not hire until mid-year, then so be it. That's a surplus or salary gapping for that year's budget. But we just want to make sure that we fully understand when you're hiring a resource, it's you know, the full cost of that resource. So I mean, it's possible. And if that's council's preference, we can certainly look at these positions, estimate when we would hire them and budget accordingly. If that's council, or I guess in this case, just trying to turn my mind to how we would create that amendment, if that's the direction, because it is the mayor's budget. So.
Yeah, what I would suggest is when you do the other report about the percentage, you figure out a way. I mean, I guess I could, I don't want to, but I guess I could support these positions, but I'd like to have the cost reduced in half for this year. If you guys can figure out a way to do that, because we do have to get, I believe, get these levies down. And I don't think everyone will be hired by January, other than the winter patrollers, which would have to be done now.
Well, my concern with that is when you reduce, depending on what the salary is, you can all of a sudden be hit with a 1% increase next year. And it's just to make up the payroll because you haven't budgeted for the salaries for a full year. So now you got half salaries that have to be included. It automatically would contribute to an increase. Even if you did nothing else, you'd be faced with a certain percentage of an increase. I just don't like pushing increases down the road.
We would have that in the second year, no matter what, Mr. Mayor. So the question,
No, the salary would be included in the second year.
Why not?
It's the same salary. You'd have a 0%
Yeah, it won't be an increase, but it'd be the same. If it's 100,000 this year, it's 100,000.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is to get this levy down, why don't we see if we can nibble away at when some of these positions come in, rather than us taking a position that a fire prevention officer can't afford it. Everything you've suggested is good. I'm just worried that we can't afford this stuff. So, but maybe that's how you could do it, is come back with a plan with the mayor on how you could get some savings in the 2026 budget by looking at realistically when these people will start, and or delaying it just a bit. You know it's coming, so give some relief, but might not happen to the middle of the year.
We've got staff out now that I think, like, some of them we pay on short term. So, you know, we still pay those employees, but once they're out on long term, we haven't been paying them now. So, and what about the general manager? We've included a budget line for that, or does it come into effect in January? Will we pull out of reserves to get through the year?
Through you, your worship, the reorganization was such that there was elimination of certain positions with the creation of new positions. So there's no additional budget ask
Right.
for 2026 for the GM role, for example.
Yeah, because we balanced that out at the time we did the restructuring.
So you'll see savings because we're not able to fill that position as of yet. So that's just part of the overall salary gapping that you will see in your surplus for 2025.
Okay, then trying to move things forward, then we already were getting a report back of what the percentages over the last 3 to 5 years. Would you be in favor of having them also coming back to see if they can phase these in for some savings?
Yeah.
Through you, your worship, what we can do is present to council via the CIP is the percentages. And we could tell you exactly, generally when we would look to hire these folks and the impact. And ultimately, from that perspective, you can then make a decision. And we will, as part of that, because it'll be raised, I'm sure, at the next budget discussion that we have, provide you with a recommendation from staff. So we can do that.
All right. I think, Sherry, you've been patiently waiting there.
because I can't remember, Tony, when you tried to get the part-time fire prevention officer. So I know you were trying to do a deal with a neighboring municipality so that you would share one full-time employee. And I can't remember when you tried then just to find a part-time person to fill that position, how long did you post it and how wide was your reach? That are you, I guess what I'm saying is, are you 100% sure that you can't find somebody on a part-time basis that we could phase into a full-time position as we move forward when there's a little bit more room in the budget, but that we know you absolutely can't find somebody that would take it on part-time?
Thank you, through the chair. It's pretty convoluted that way in the sense that I could never say that I'm positive I could never find a part-time person, but we've been unsuccessful finding that. We thought, okay, is it a wage issue? People not wanting to come for that amount? We've looked at all of that. Excuse me. The biggest concern is to have someone fill that role. We want someone that can hit the ground running. So, because talked about growing someone internally, trying to get that position done. But to alleviate the pressures right now, we need someone that knows what they're doing, can hit the ground running and apply all applications of the legislation correctly. And that, I think, is where our problem is, finding the qualified applicant to fill that role. And that's where we're struggling. And by offering a full-time position, we get more traction there because those people that are qualified say, well, yes, I would do that full-time. That's what I've been working towards. So I think that's where our struggle is just the quality of employee that we need.
Okay. So quite a bang around the employees. Any other suggestions on the budget? Any topic now. Yeah, we're at the end now. So we've gone through the department. So Deputy Mayor. And
I still think we need to look at taking some money out of the OPP reserves to bring that tax levy down and use it towards it. Maybe not empty it all out, but use 149,000 increase you're doing this year to keep it status quo. And I'm confident that with this cap, we're not going to have that extra reserve to protect us down the road. But even so, we're still keeping $50,000 or $60,000 in there.
what's in that reserve now? 180, 200, something like that?
I would have to double check if you give me a second, but from what I can remember, it was 185,000 that we were pulling out last year and that we're putting back in.
But I think there was a little bit extra in, there was still more than that in
No,
there.
we used it all because
used
that
it all,
was,
did
oh
we?
yes, it was a big increase. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So that 180,000 would effectively bring our tax rate down by what? Stop here.
So 1% is 166,000. Yes, but I wouldn't recommend using it all because if we do have a higher billing in the future years, then we wouldn't have anything. So using some of it to help alleviate this year's budget, maybe, but.
What's in our tax stabilization fund? What's in that one? Because you kind of want to one place against the other here. You don't want to deplete one and not have the other one. And then what we would do is we would just use that money. Again, we wouldn't be putting as much into reserves, I guess is how we're looking at it, is what we would do, because we are putting money in reserves. This would offset that. Yeah.
The only thing I would say on the policing budget is right now, the government is furiously changing what they're doing with policing. And I'm afraid of what could come next. And if we take too much out of there, we could find ourselves in a situation because I think it's a little, it's fair to say right now that it's erratic. And so we don't know what's coming in that direction. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. And they aren't conversations. They're just no's, I'm changing this and that's the way it is. So that concerns me.
I appreciate.
I just want to see how much this budget is, just so we know how much is in it. Yes?
185,000.
How-
No, there's 185,000 on the OPP reserve.
Okay,
Yes.
what's the tax stabilization fund? I
okay.
wondered how much is in there, because it's usually around $250,000 is what we used to try and
no.
keep it at. Well, that's what I'm worried about, is we pulled a bunch out and
Yes.
For the,
Correct, 250,000.
it is 250. That's what we
Yes.
usually try and keep it at, right? Keith,
yeah, I just wanted to address Councillor Bell, and I understand your concern. I think part of the discussion with the MPPs that I've had and some of the discussions and even the letter we've received is the problem is the increasing and the conversation with the province is the small municipalities can't afford these large hikes. And that's why they had to step in last time. So it's my understanding they're going to cap it at a reasonable amount. So they can't go beyond a certain increase per year. They have to find it somewhere else. They can't go after the small municipalities because we just can't afford it. And that's a letter that we've already received. So I'm a little more comfortable and confident it's going in a direction that's going to protect us, not cause us more grief.
So we'll try to find a compromise with 50% work for you and we'll see what the rest of the council thinks.
I'm good with that. And I could even wait till the end. Honestly, Councillor Snatch, what I'm trying to do is I would like to see us get down 1% in the budget. I like everything. I'd like to support everything, but I'm getting a lot of pushback from residents saying that's a high hike. So I'm trying to figure out where we can kind of scrape by a little bit and kind of.
all right, Councillor Bell, I think you had your hand up. Yes.
I do. So I know earlier I asked the question, when do you want us to make amendments? But the thing is, I know what amendments I want to make. They're probably not going to get supported, but that's not the point. I know what I want to say, but I also don't want to say it until I get to talk to residents between now and then. So I don't really want to make any amendments today because I want to hear from the community how they feel about all these positions, for example, and what do they see the value, how does the value proposition sound to them? And so I do have amendments that I think I should be saying based on what I think my community thinks, but or all of Ramara's families for that matter. But I'm hesitant to say them today without having the opportunity to hear from my community.
Understandable. And that's one benefit of the new format. We always did the budget one day and then it would come to council later. Now you've got time to mull it over and think about it.
But I think all the councillors today should say what they might be proposing, so we all have time to think about it.
Yeah.
I have 6 or 7 things here that I'd like to.
Well,
bring
read them
up
out
too,
so
it's
at
time.
least we know what they are too. And then some might get supported.
Because of the tight budget, I'm not in favor of the fuel monitoring system. I think we can get by just like we have for the last 20 years. I think we need to do an awful lot of work on this consultant because we are all agreed that the last report was worth less than $1 and we spent 30,000 on it. I'm not in favor of the economic development person. I'm not in favor of the fire prevention officer. I'm not in favor of the spending the $200,000 on the renovation of the fire hall until we figure out the big picture of all the buildings. And I think the Rogers should come out of the budget as well. That's the only, everything else other than the COLA and those staff positions, I'm pretty fine with.
Gail.
If I can, through you, your worship, just to Councillor Snatch, we've certainly noted your comments that you've made, so thank you for that. But if I can just seek clarification in terms of the Rogers contract, because that's a grant. So if part of your goal is to reduce the levy, can I just maybe better understand what you would hope to accomplish by dealing with the Rogers agreement?
I think that should be covered off in a closed session.
Get something to.
I don't feel the amount is owed.
Yeah, it's a contract dispute Councillor Snatch is having, so that would be a discussion for. But we are getting a report on that contract. Right now, it's a grant money that's sitting in a reserve fund. Wouldn't affect the levy.
No, but we can transfer that to another reserve fund. We wouldn't have to put it in there.
I see what you're saying. Yes.
It was part of the modernization fund.
Yeah. there's only certain things that money can go towards.
Yeah, but then you could be using them for all these new computers, for example,
Well-
because that, and any of the new
Right.
programs that we need to purchase and things like that. So, but I think we already started this conversation at least 6 months ago or whatever, right? So we've already started to look into where we are with this Rogers contract. So I'm hopeful that that's what we're finding out is some updates on that anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Through you, your worship, just to confirm, yes, as indicated by Ms. Galnock, that's exactly what's going on right now.
Yeah, and we have that for the next, would we have it by see, we had to move the meeting up to the 3rd. I doubt you wouldn't have it by then. Possibly by the council meeting for the budget, just so folks know.
Through you, your worship, will try our very best to continue. I know Ms. Galnock has just recently had some discussions, so we'll do our best to provide a further update when we can.
Okay,
So when do you?
we can bring motions in today if council wants.
And if we
or-
don't do them today, then.
Well,
when?
then we have to decide that because the 30 days runs out, we don't have a meeting. So that's our next thing on the topic, what meeting we want to bring all the changes to. I think the 3rd's a little ambitious. I think we'd have to figure something out later when council agrees to bring all the last of the changes, because then after that, there's a 10-day. And if I don't veto anything, then it's done, like it's done. But if I veto, then you can challenge the veto.
15 days after that.
For another 15 days.
One thing I would like to see is that the municipality provide a grant to the Legion to help with their, sorry, to help with their renovation fund, just to sort of, they were such a big help to our municipality during the ice storm, provided a service to all our residents. They went above and beyond, and other municipalities have made donations to their building fund. You know, up over the top. And I think if we can help them,
Through you, your worship, Councillor Goff, would you mind just speaking into your mic?
sorry.
We've just had a note that people couldn't hear you.
okay. Where was I?
Other people. Right.
Other municipalities have, Chippewas, Ramara, a number of businesses in our community provided to their building fund. They provided the service during the ice storm, and you know, if we can provide some money to them, so that way they can stay on, maybe provide the emergency. Hopefully, I would have a seconder for that.
That's something that if I was going to support, I'd suggest taking it out of one of the reserve funds if that was council's, rather than affect the levy.
Yeah.
Again, but if we did that, there'd be less money that I would support coming out of a reserve fund. Do you have a dollar value just in mind?
I was thinking 10,000. I think we should be the biggest supporter to their building fund, because they've had donations of $5,000 from a number of the quarries. They actually did the job for our residents, and I feel we should be one of the highest.
I would second that, but I would ask to maybe work with staff to make them an official partner for us for those kind of crisis situations, become part of their crisis plan, that they become that warming center and it's identified, and make it official.
Yep, so I'm okay with
Why
that.
not then do some working with staff prior to it coming, I think, and then we have a clear direction, if that's okay. And when we come back, I just want to give you the best opportunity to present that.
Yep, okay.
I know it's going to be quite a day. We may have to have a special day just for when, and that's fine with that. If that's what we need to do to deal with the budget, put it to bed. Dave, then Chair.
Yeah, with all respect, Joe, the only thing I'm thinking of is we just finished talking about these 30 buildings that we have, and probably millions of dollars of upgrades that are required, even if you take 100,000 per building. Why would we not fund our own building funds before we fund a third party, no matter who that third party is? And are we doing all third parties the same? And I would just caution that might not be, so I just say we should think about that, because we've got a lot of our own expenses, never mind other people's buildings.
So Counselor, is it on the same one? Because I'll bring Fisher back if we're moving on. Are you on?
No, I knew that Counselor Snatch would say that. I could intuit that. So anyway, what I wanted to say is that I agree, we need to look at our own facilities first, and we need to, but not first, right? But we do need to look at our own facilities. But if we do the asset management plan piece of this, and because I think our facilities all need a generator, so that within a community, you have a safe place to go where there's generated power. So I think there's lots of things that have to happen, but they'll grow out of that future thing. In the meantime, between now and then, we don't have anything but the Legion, and the Legion did an amazing job, and they still do. And the other thing is that it's not even just about emergency management. The Legion is the one place that all of our older adults have to go. And we do our VON. That's the only place VON can deliver. It's the only place where somebody like Helping Hands can come in and deliver. So I think it's two separate issues. I think we do need to worry about how do we manage those things in the communities, but I think the first thing we need to do is support our Legion. So, and I would go higher than 10 myself. I think we should go higher than 10 because I think we need the Legion. Our communities need the Legion. So that's my feeling on it.
So good discussion on that. So something, like I said, is there some input you would have on that, Gail, as far as working with them towards, they wouldn't qualify as an evacuation center. That was the trouble. They did look into that when they did their upgrade. I mean, the generator is great. It was a great warming center. But it wouldn't qualify as an evacuation center. And I know we have a shortage of them, the MRF, that was our evacuation center that the county was running during the ice storm, because we don't have one here that qualifies, right? Gail, go ahead.
Through you, your worship, certainly what we can do is work with the counselor in terms of what his proposed amendment would look like for the next round of budget discussions. And what I would ask the fire chief to do is certainly consult with the counselor as well in terms of the requirements that would be the requirements for that type of facility. So if you want to leave that with us so that we work with the counselor, and then that motion can be brought forward as part of the next budget discussions, that would be fine.
Well, whether it's the next or it's up to 30 day, like that one could come on the 3rd.
Oh, so
like I was kind of my intention to have it, which is a little less formal than we usually are, but if you had some ready to go by the 3rd, bring them then, and then bring the rest by the deadline. Or are you suggesting just one day to do them all? What's your
through your worship, I think that again, council has 30 days to turn your minds to your proposed amendments. You can shorten that period, so we can be all ready to go on November the 3rd if that's council's direction. If that's not council's direction, then what we'll need to do is call a special meeting, and that meeting would be allocated for budget and budget purposes only, and all of those amendments can be dealt with at that point in time. So it's really contingent on whether council wishes to shorten that period. Of, in fairness, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Fisher should be back perhaps for this conversation.
Yes. Yeah, we're past the Legion. Well, I was talking about the Legion motion, but yeah, she should come back. But where'd she go? Okay.
So as far as bringing,
we've moved off the Legion one, and we're kind of when the motion might come. But so you would rather deal with it all in one day than having it come in over a series of a couple. I think it's cleaner.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think that that's what we could do. And if we can, just because that particular item really wasn't brought forward, Councillor Fisher did excuse herself, but she wasn't able to publicly indicate that she had left the discussion. So perhaps you may want to ask her to do that.
Yeah, the Legion came, donation towards the Legion came up. So I would assume you are declaring a pecuniary interest, Councillor Fisher?
Yeah, I heard the word Legion and I booked it. So I'm just going to fill out the form.
All right. So if there's no other changes today, everybody, then what our next thing on the agenda is actually to pick a day to come back.
Through your worship, I think that you are maybe going a bit around the table
Yes.
because it was helpful for us to hear what Councillor Snutch was hoping for and Councillor Goff. So could we continue down that path just generally so we know what type of amendment may be being brought forward, so that we can either work with the councillor or at least document that is what we need to turn our minds to for the amendment.
Okay. This, any over here? Yeah. Do you want to bring any forward today, Sherry?
I don't want to bring them today. I do want to reduce the electoral official and I want to remove the council assistant. So there's things I want to do, but I want to reduce the electoral official. Oh, I can't even say the word, to a 6-month contract, not 1 year. And I do want to remove the council assistant. I want to remove the part-time person for fire, but keep the fire prevention officer.
So the student.
Yeah.
I think the part-time was a student.
No, wasn't there a fire prevention officer and a part-time person?
No.
Just the student. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so those are the things I'm thinking right now, but I do want to get feedback. So I don't want to bring them today, but those are the things I'm thinking definitely. And then I know there's a shed in there and I know it's only $5,000, but I just think I don't know, it's no different than last year. There's just the one community garden at the library. You have to drive there to go to the community garden so you can bring your shovel. I just don't think we need to, just the same as last year. It's a small thing, but I just don't think we need it. I wouldn't live or die on it. I just don't think we need it.
I actually increased the budget on it, so it's a shed with a floor. So it's something that if it's not deemed necessary anymore, we could actually repurpose it somewhere else. That's why I actually made sure what we buy is something that can be reused or repurposed. It's kind of, rather than just have a shed that, you know, if it one day you just tear it down. So just an explanation why the number's as high as it is. Yes.
I'm wondering if we should set a deadline on when people put anything beyond this meeting in. I understand you want to talk to the community, but we should have a deadline for staff so they have enough time to look into this and prepare.
Yeah, I sort of agree because what suggestions come may change what I've already got set in my mind or whatever.
Pretty hard to do that. I think, you know, we come back to budget with our, maybe when we pick our budget day, we could say if we could have something in the form of a motion that staff could help out if the council wants help, right?
Through you, your worship, I'm not sure if you're ready to ask this question yet or not, because I know we haven't heard from a couple of members over on the other side, but is council considering waiving the 30-day period and dealing with everything on November 3rd?
Well, I guess we can say we're done with the budget for now because there's no motion to receive or approve the budget. So that'd be 6-2 on the agenda. When do we want to come back for the final budget day is what we're looking at now. So
depending on
30
that,
days runs out on a 22nd, which is a Saturday. So that so we can shorten the window. I don't think we can extend the window. It can be shortened because it's so
no extension, your worship.
no. So it's got to be before then. I can't do it that day. I can't do it then. So our next regular meeting is the 3rd. Discount, that's 1.5 weeks. Is that enough time for council members to, is there a heavy agenda on the 6th, not the 3rd? I mean, no, it is the 3rd.
It's the 3rd, your worship, yeah.
But isn't the question of whether the staff can bring us back all the answers between now?
We
and
had
then?
some answers for to go on the CIP by then.
Through you, your worship, at this point, the 3rd is not looking like a heavy agenda. And it is a priority of staff to be able to provide the responses that we've at least heard so far. So we will be working on those over the next few days and would hope to get that ready for a CIP for what is, so it would probably be a special CIP for sometime mid next week is when we would get that information out to you.
So what's the feeling of council? Is the 3rd enough time?
For me, it is.
Everybody's saying on the 3rd, so the 3rd will be the cutoff day. And then the mayor has, what is it, 10 days? Which if there's no changes or any change, then I will waive that period, and then that would be. Well, we'll see. How it works, actually, if council can vote to change, if I veto the change, then you need a 60% majority to put it back on, and is how it works, and then it's done. Like, let's say, Dave, you pulled the 200,000 out for the fire, and I'm just using this as an example, I didn't like it, and I have 10 days to veto that. Now 2/3 of council can put it back in, and it's in. And yeah, yes, go ahead.
Okay, so let's use that scenario. And a member puts in to remove, does that mean it's automatically removed unless you veto it? Or is there going to be a discussion amongst us again saying,
No.
no, we don't want that to happen?
No, if it's carried by council, it's out.
Okay,
And
so
then-
just
but
putting,
I
the
can veto and put it back in.
okay, but just
then
putting the
you need-
paperwork in
and then
doesn't
you have
mean,
15 days to overthrow the veto. It's kind of how it works. There's actually no motion to receive the budget. There's no motion to approve the budget, which is a little different. Now, council certainly can enter a motion to endorse the budget if you so choose, but it's not required. So this is basically the budget unless you folks change it. That's kind of how it works now. So the third, is everybody fine? I'll have a mover for the third as the cutoff date. Moved by Councillor Snutch, second by Councillor Goff. All in favor?
Through you, your worship, if we can, just
we
so
better
that,
put that on the
yes,
screen.
we
I'm
actually
sorry,
have
I
a formal motion for that. So if you could just bear with us while we get that on the screen.
I mean, it certainly looked better politically if you endorse the budget, but you don't have to.
If I can, your worship, while Ms. Zanussi is putting that up on the screen, please reach out to staff and that would enable us to actually craft the motions for you and make sure that the wording is in keeping with what you're hoping for. It would be wise to speak amongst yourselves if there's, support for the direction that you're wanting to head, and obviously one-on-one conversations. The sooner the treasurer knows what kinds of things people are thinking about, that will enable her to do what she needs to do to identify what the final impact would be as far as the levy. So I'll say it just if I can one more time, please work with staff. We will make our schedules available to you to have the conversation about the kinds of amendments that you want to be bringing forward on November 3rd.
So at the same time, if that's the day we're picking, I should announce, because I'm trying to get it that the entire budget would be finished by the 24th. So I would shorten my veto period so that council then had, and I can do that, right? I can shorten my veto period down. And then I would leave council the 15 days to be back on the 24th if I vetoed something. So whatever day that works out to, I will still give you the 15 days to overthrow my veto, but I will shorten my veto window down so that if you guys bring everything in the 3rd, I'll make sure I'm out of the way and then you've got your full, I think it's 15 days, isn't it? That would get you back for the 24th. I don't need a meeting to veto. I just announced that, do I not, CAO?
You would put it in writing to staff,
Right.
your worship, and we would advise council.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I'll make sure I leave you guys the full period of time so I will agree to shorten mine so that the final day of budget, if there's a veto, would be the 24th. Is everybody understanding that? I'm shortening my 10 days to about 5 is what I'm doing. Okay.
Through
So
the
moved
chair.
by-
Sorry, would you like me to read the motion that we
Yes,
have? Moved by Councillor Snatch, seconded by Councillor Goff. That council shortened the 30-day period to propose amendments to the 2026 annual mayor's budget proposal with the new deadline set as the end of the regular council meeting on November 3rd, 2025.
Right. And then I don't need a motion to shorten my veto, but that is my assurance to council that I will, so that we can hit the timeline on November 24th. Okay, all in favor of the motion? That is carried. Thank you. And confirmation bylaw.
That bylaw 2025.62, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting regarding 2026 budget review held on October 23rd, 2025, be considered read a first, second, and third time and finally passed.
Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. And the motion that we adjourn, Rebecca?
That the special council meeting of the Township of Ramara regarding 2026 budget review held on October 23rd, 2025 be adjourned at 2:31 p.m.
Moved by Councillor Fisher, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried.